everybody. Teresa Woodard from Corpus Christi, going to be the site of the watch party for Governor Greg Abbott tonight. On day, you can see quite a bit of media setting up. This venue just opened up, and if you look behind, this is the stage where we will governor tonight. You can see a Texas flag, and off in the distance, the battleship Corpus Christi. He certainly picked a nice for the backdrop for what he is expecting to be a victory speech tonight.
Liu in Dallas, monitoring the Texas Attorney General Democratic primary in this race. And according to the polls at the University of Texas, Austin Garza, a former lawyer for the ACLU, is the choice of 41%. Former Galveston Mayor Joe Jaworski at 24%. Civil rights attorney at 15%. Former Harris County Judge Mike Fields at 11%. T-Bone Rayner at 6%. Now, if no candidate reaches over 50 votes, it will lead to a runoff. Of course, we're going to keep a close eye on those numbers for you tonight.
Hey all, it's Morgan Young. I am in Fort Worth, downtown Fort Worth, at the Flying Star is where Beto O'Rourke will hold his election night watch party. You can see the media set up here. Some people are already doing some live shots. I've kind of here for myself, but I wanted to talk really quickly. We're going to get into this, talk about us being in Fort Worth as opposed to El Paso. We were totally prepared to be in El Paso. Campaign mentioned that they were going to be here. They mentioned that Tarrant County is a key battle, and it has been specifically for Beto as a candidate. When you think it's back in 2018, you'll remember that Beto actually beat Senator Ted Cruz.
Yes, I can hear you. Hi, check out my mic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Live from downtown Dallas, this is continuous election coverage on WFAA.
It is 6:57 here in Dallas. Polls close across the state, across most of the state in the next 3 or 4 minutes here. We'll start our political coverage tonight with a live look from our 4 largest counties here in North Texas, where they're going to be counting these returns all night tonight. Welcome to WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the March 2022 primaries. I'm Jason Whiteley. A busy night tonight. We're going to know a lot more when the polls close here in about 2.5 minutes from now. The early vote will be released, and we expect that to make up about 60% of the total vote. Streaming all night as well tonight on WFAA.com, on our Roku channel, on our YouTube channel, and Facebook, and anywhere else you can find us online. So if you need to switch off, we invite you to maybe move to a different device tonight. But we want to hear from you as well. We do have a team of people looking for your questions, your comments, and concerns tonight. The easiest way to do that is to add a comment inside this stream that you're watching right here. As always, we do have an excellent panel of guests to help us make sense of tonight's developments. Dr. Kimmy King from UNT is there on the left. So is Miguel Solis, the former Dallas ISD trustee, on the right, and Republican strategist Vinny Minchillo right there in the center. And in studio with us, Bud Kennedy from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram is here, along with WFAA's political producer, Bernadine Steptoe. More from all of them in just a moment. First, the biggest races we're watching tonight when those polls close in the Democratic and Republican primaries. Governor Greg Abbott seeking a 3rd term. He's fending off several conservatives on the right. And we also expect Beto O'Rourke to easily be the Democratic nominee tonight. But here's the most competitive race, likely so, is going to be the Republican race for Texas Attorney General. Will fellow Republicans force Ken Paxton to a runoff? Paxton polling below 50%. Remember, he needs 50% plus 1 to avoid a runoff. And here are a few other races we're also watching closely. Congressional District 30 in Dallas. This is the seat from which Eddie Bernice Johnson is retiring. 9 candidates running to replace her. We have 3 on the screen and 3 more to go to. Congressional District 3 is Collin County and Hunt counties. A solid Republican seat here. Van Taylor, the incumbent. Will he too end up in a runoff tonight? And the Dallas County District Attorney's race could be a close one. This is a rematch from 4 years ago between the incumbent John Creuzot and former Judge Elizabeth Frizzell. Keeping track of all the numbers tonight, as always, for every election, we give that job to Jason Wheeler over here on the big board.
How do I keep getting this job?
3 seconds to the polls close here across the state. We should start getting some of the early numbers in any moment, at least from the Texas Secretary of State's office.
Yep.
What are you expecting to see?
Well, this should start populating here in just a few minutes, and we'll start to see that early vote right off the bat, Jason. And as you said, it's kind of amazing when you think about it that 60% of the vote is expected to be wrapped up in that early vote figure, and we'll talk about why that is in just a bit. This is the big race that we're watching tonight. Everybody's been talking about this. Attorney General Ken Paxton going for his 3rd term, but he's got some big-name challengers going against him this time on the Republican side, including Ava Guzman, former Supreme Court Justice here in Texas, who left her job to run for this office. Current Congressman Louis Gohmert from East Texas, and Land Commissioner George P. Bush, the son of former Florida Governor Jeb Bush. And both of them, by the way, giving up their day jobs as well. If they don't, if they're not successful here, who knows what they do next. They have been absolutely going after Paxton. This has been an intra-party fight, and there's been no gloves in this one. They've called him a liar. They've said he needs to be fired. They've said that he's putting himself before the office and before the state of Texas. And maybe some of that's working, Jason, because Paxton's been polling in the 40 percentage points area. Yeah. He hasn't made it over that magical 50% mark, and if he can't do that tonight, he will be going to a runoff with one of these 3 people. George P. Bush has been leading the other 2.
Indeed so. We're also looking at the CD3 race, the Congressional District 30
race. That's a biggie there, too. Van Taylor, the incumbent on that one. This district has shifted, of course.
It's grown.
It used to include also, more of Plano and Frisco and these areas over here. Allen, now it starts here in McKinney or in Collin County, and they've included Hunt County in this as well. Very rural. And so it'll be interesting to see what that dynamic means to Van Taylor tonight. It'll also be interesting to see how he is able to fend off former Collin County Judge Keith Self, who has, run successful races here in Collin County as well. Van Taylor drew a lot of competitors to his right, of course, after he was one of the few here in Texas, Republican-wise, who voted for the independent commission to investigate the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol.
As we're waiting for these numbers to start coming in here, let's talk about Congressional District 30 on the Democratic side.
We've got a whole packed field here. You look at this and you go, wow, that's a lot of candidates.
That's only half of them.
And then it just keeps on going. And so we'll see how this turns out tonight. We've talked about this, though, Jason, and just to familiarize you with Congressional District 30 here, this is downtown Dallas. Going out toward the southeast here, you're looking at Lancaster, DeSoto, Duncanville, Cedar Hill, all included in this district. A lot of people haven't even thought about a campaign in this district for a long time because it's been held since, 92 by Eddie Bernice Johnson, who is retiring. And boy, she got out of there and the field just exploded to replace her. Seen a lot of young people popping into the mix here who could be a next generation of leader. This is a safe Democratic seat, at least it's considered so. It was altered slightly in redistricting, though. We'll see if that has any effect tonight. But again, we talked about this, Jason. It's going to be really, really hard for somebody in this field of 9 people to get more than 50% of the vote. So, if I were a gambling man, I would definitely put my money on this one going to a runoff tonight.
You do gamble, though. I know that.
And I usually don't win, so maybe one of these people will go over 50% tonight.
We shall see in a minute. Back to you in just a second. Let's go get some context about these numbers coming in here in the next few minutes from our panel of guests, both in studio and with us remotely here. Let's start with Dr. Kimmy King from UNT. What are you expecting to see here? It's 7:03 right now, and those numbers should start coming in. What's the race pulled up on your screen there that you're watching for?
So everybody's going to be watching the attorney general race, and then right behind that, the governor's race. But then, and one of the things that's interesting is that because of the redistricting, there are not as many open seats as you might expect. And because we have the requirement now to limit write-in ballots, you're going to see results come in much more quickly because people are having to vote in person. You are going to see a lower vote count, however, overall. And that's what we are especially going to be watching for in some of those key areas. Yeah,
Dr. King, since you first started talking there, we do have some new numbers in. This is the governor's race, the Republican side of the governor's race. Not really a big surprise here. This is the Democratic side, and this shows that Beto O'Rourke clearly way ahead. This is the early vote. This is from the Secretary of State's office. So those numbers will continue trickling in as well, too. Beto O'Rourke clearly expected to be the Democratic nominee for governor, perhaps the Democrats' best chance at the governor's office since Ann Richards last won back in the 1990s. With that question there, let's go to Miguel Solis, the former Dallas ISD trustee, a Democrat, a Democratic strategist, I shall say as well. What do you make of this right here? And how, I guess the question is, when you and I talked earlier, how Beto does in the Valley is going to be important because he had trouble there when he ran against Cruz in 2018, the Rio Grande Valley, South Texas. How do you expect him to do tonight? Yeah, well, it should be no shock to anyone that Beto O'Rourke is leading with 96% of the vote. I think for most people, he is the candidate that the Democrats want to send to the general election versus Governor Abbott. That being said, there are 2 actual trends that I'm following right now as it pertains to this race. The first, as you just mentioned, is down there on the border. For a very long time, your viewers may have heard of something called the impending blue wave, where the Hispanic population was just assumed to, in the future, vote Democrat. The last election doesn't suggest that trend is as fait accompli as we would have thought it would have been. And so Hispanics in the border voting Republican is going to be a major thing that could potentially impact Beto's campaign. The second thing is the intra-party dynamics of the Democratic Party. There are a lot of progressives that have a shot at moving on to the general election, and that progressives in Texas are not analogous, but it seems to be in these Democratic primaries that we're going to see some more progressives, and so that's going to impact Beto's campaign message, I think, moving forward. If it's a more progressive field that emerges for the general election, maybe he goes a little further left, but it's a more moderate a group of candidates, then you may see him go to the middle. And we've seen on the right as well, we do have some numbers in now of the Republican race for governor, and early on, Greg Abbott, at least last year, was a little concerned about this, but let's go to Vinny Manchillo, a Republican strategist here. Vinny, everyone is expecting now, polls are showing, or have shown, that Abbott was going to run away with it. That's what the early vote is showing tonight as well, too. No surprise there, but as Miguel was saying a moment ago on the Democratic side, will Beto go to the left? Because we have seen Governor Abbott go far to the right, and usually for the general election, everyone comes back to the center.
Right, and I think, you know, what Abbott was working on earlier on in the year was to try to keep Dan Patrick out of the governor's race. You know, with the current crop of folks who are in the Republican primary for the governor's race, this race was over before it really started. So, you know, right now, you know, we're thinking Abbott versus Beto more than anything else, and it'll be interesting to see how Abbott modulates his position. And I think, you know, Miguel just brought up, I think Beto's got problems down in the Rio Grande Valley, big problems. And then obviously he's got gun problems. This is Texas. Even Democrats like guns in Texas. So I think Beto's got a lot of problems. He's 10 points down, depending on the poll you look at. And really, Abbott has not started to, you know, pour some of those many millions on top of his head in attack ads. So I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Vinny, as well, too, that even in Texas, Democrats do like guns. Mm-hmm. But I don't want to date you at all here, but you've been around for a couple of years. Yep. Democrats in Texas like guns. How hard is it going to be for Beto O'Rourke to get out from underneath those words he said during the last presidential race?
Well, thanks a lot, Jason. This is actually my 50th year since I first covered an election.
Wow,
so
congratulations.
I have covered a few of them.
Breaking news here tonight.
I don't think Beto's got worse problems, I think, than just his comments about guns. I think you see the heavy turnout in the Valley, the heavy turnout south of I-10, where the Democrats always counted on, you know, having their big wins. You see that the Republicans are winning over. You know, the Valley is swinging both toward Bernie Sanders on the Democratic side and the Trump type of populist on the Republican side. I think Beto is going to have to work hard to get in touch with those voters.
Let's switch off. I believe we have some numbers for the Texas Attorney General's race, the Democratic side of this race. Of course, there are three big candidates. Rochelle Garza, who is from the Rio Grande Valley, South Texas. We have Lee Merritt, who's from Dallas, and we also have who's the third one here? I'm trying to, Joe Jaworski. I just interviewed him the other day. Joe Jaworski, of course, is the former mayor of Galveston. Bernadine, this is a race that a lot of us have been watching while we're trying to get those numbers up here. Any idea on who might break out front?
Well, we do show that most of the recent polling show that Rochelle Garza is ahead. So if that holds tonight, then she will be in a runoff. If there's a runoff, but... Here
are the numbers right here, Bernadine. Joe Jaworski, the former Galveston mayor and attorney down there on the island, 32%. Rochelle Garza, who has been polling ahead, she's at 31%. Lee Merritt's at 23%. This is the early vote statewide right now.
Well, Joe is doing well because according to the polls, he was double digits behind Garza. So we'll see what happens tonight, but it seems as if Joe is pulling ahead.
Bud, does that surprise you at all?
Well, I think that this race is going to be decided all over the map. The Democrats never, you know, they vote kind of in a little niche in the first round, and then you get to the runoff, and they really start the campaigns. These candidates haven't had enough money to run a statewide campaign the way the Republicans have.
Yeah,
that's true.
Indeed not. Does it surprise you at all to see this, Miguel, when you're watching these numbers here? Because Jaworski was behind. I moderated an event with them in Denton at UNT a couple of weeks ago, and you know, he was really hitting hard about why he should be the one, because he has the most experience in front of Lee Merritt and in front of Rochelle Garza, both of whom are younger than him.
Yeah, well, you know, I think when they started the race, the name ID for all of the candidates was extremely low. Jaworski, I think, started off ahead, given the fact that he'd had some background in electoral politics, being the mayor of Galveston. But really, they've all just been running against Ken Paxton. There really has not been a differentiator between their message. One interesting trend to notice here with Garza at where she's at, 31%, Hispanic females. I wouldn't be shocked if you also see Ava Guzman start to kind of pick up a little bit. She's picked up some steam. I see maybe we just saw a few numbers there, but Hispanic females I think are going to be an interesting dynamic in the race moving forward.
Well, why is that, Miguel?
Well, I mean, because as I mentioned a little earlier, the state is becoming more and more Hispanic, and if you take a look at the upward trend, that Hispanics seem to be on when it comes to actually going to the polls. It's just an interesting trend, I think, to be following. And so for Garza to be at 31%, it's not surprising to me. I'm actually interested to see what happens with Guzman.
And Vinny, I want to talk to you about these numbers. Can you see these on your screen there as well, too?
I can.
Ken Paxton, this is 1% of the vote. This is the early vote, most likely. 1% of the vote in Paxton below 50%, clearly showing that George P., Ava Guzman, Louis Gohmert have all really chipped into him. And all those campaign commercials we've seen, the texts we have gotten, the phone calls we've received, those appear to be making a difference on the Republican side.
Yeah, and this was a funny race because it seemed like it just didn't start, and it was stuck for a long time. And then in the last couple of weeks, we've seen both the Bush campaign and the Guzman campaign kind of turn on each other, which means to me that the Guzman campaign was moving numbers. And then really just in the last few days, Ken Paxton dumped, and you and I talked about it earlier, some $2 million on top of Ava Guzman. So clearly she's moving numbers. The numbers we're looking at right now, the early voting numbers, kind of reflect, before I think her campaign kind of woke up. So can she do this on an election day vote? We'll see. Is it too late for Ava Guzman?
And Dr. King, these numbers are going to change, obviously, as more of the returns come in for the Republican race for Attorney General here. Does the early vote at all tell you anything? That, Louis Gohmert is a lot ideologically like the incumbent Ken Paxton. Then you have Ava Guzman and George P., who are, I'd say vastly different, a lot more traditionalist.
It's actually kind of striking that Guzman has not garnered more support. And actually, I would also say the same for Gohmert. We're going to put the usual political science caveat on everything. Early coming in, you have to be really careful here because it depends on where those districts are being drawn from. And so there's way too many still out there in order to make any kind of change. But it is absolutely correct that the piling on of Guzman in the last month or so that you've started to see is an indication that perhaps there might be some movement out there. And as for the Hispanic female vote, it's because then you can walk both sides of it as well, right? Because you have seen the Republican Party want to try to court more candidates that are female to make up for what they saw as a deficit. And so I think that also presented perhaps a last minute threat that people were looking at, the other three guys were looking at especially.
And Bud, early on in this thing, a lot of Republicans thought Paxton was going to be safe because he's so well liked among the Trump base, which makes up the majority of the Republicans.
Yeah, I'm just looking here, Jason, at the early vote in Tarrant County, which is often considered a bellwether for the party, second largest Republican county in the state. Paxton has almost 40%, but nowhere near 50, and Guzman and Bush are dead even for the second spot. So it looks like if this is a bellwether, then we'll head to a runoff and we'll see who's in that runoff.
It could be a long night if they're so close, because I heard from two different people today saying that it could be a razor-thin margin between second place, who's second, who's third.
And I think that's where we're headed.
And as we wait, more numbers coming in here, you do have the Tarrant County page pulled up.
I have the Tarrant County page, and we have news on it.
Well, I'm curious about the county judge race there, Tim O'Hare and Betsy Price.
Tim O'Hare will be the nominee for the Republican Party in the election in the fall. Tim O'Hare has, I believe, 58% of the vote in the early voting. Betsy Price in the 30s. There was a tremendous vote, heavy vote, in the north half of the county, in the South Lake Keller area, Tim O'Hare's home part of the county. 2/3 of the voters in Tarrant County, two-thirds of the Republicans live north of Fort Worth and Arlington. They live in the north half of the county. They turned out heavily for Tim O'Hare.
And it seems like the numbers are so far apart. Bernadine was giving the wow look a moment ago when you were telling us about this. There's no way for this thing to tighten up at all?
About 60% of the vote is early.
Yeah.
We have 40% more of the vote today, but I didn't see things changing over the last few days. O'Hare continued to have the momentum.
Dr. King, what does that tell you about the trend, the future of the Republican Party in Texas when you have a candidate who is, many see as much farther right, like Tim O'Hare, defeat a person like the former mayor of Fort Worth who's down the middle?
Yeah, and you also saw a whole bunch of negative ads come out, right, in the last 2 weeks or so that also didn't help things. So that's perhaps not such a surprise. It's always been the case that the primaries drive people to the edges, both liberal and conservative. But in Texas, particularly this go round, they have been driven hard right. And I think that, to go back to the Beto point earlier, that's going to cause some trouble for some of the other more progressive components of the Democratic Party for how they face that general election.
And Vinny, when we look at this as well too, this same race here in Tarrant County, a lot of people thought with a number of folks in the race that it might go into a runoff. These numbers that Bud was just sharing there, 58% for Tim O'Hare, 30-something for Betsy Price, it's not even close.
Yeah, and not to fall back on the old consultant line of, well, it all comes down to turnout, but in this case, it all comes down to turnout. So clearly the Tim O'Hare people were able to activate more of their voters and get them more excited and turn them out. And in the northern part of Tarrant County, you have some of the most enthusiastic voters probably in the state. And they were able to mobilize them and turn them out. So I'm not sure I would read too much. I don't know that there's a national bellwether story in this race. I think it really just comes down to just good street level campaigning. And
Miguel, from the Democratic side, what do you read into it, man?
Well, look, first off, it's a shocker to me. It's a shocker because of, I think how beloved, Mayor Price was during her leadership and her tenure there as mayor. The thing that's really interesting to me, though, you heard me talk a little earlier about the intra-party dynamics in the Democratic side, progressive versus moderate. On the Republican side, we're basically talking about the Trump litmus test. And it's important for viewers to know that Donald Trump endorsed in this race. He endorsed Tim O'Hare, and he also endorsed in the DA's race in Tarrant County as well. So how much of that played a role towards the tail end of the race, and what does that mean for the future of our politics locally when we've got these national elements that are seeping in?
That's a good point. We are 18 and a half minutes in to the votes being counted here on the election day, March 1st, March 1st here of 2022. Let's get a better idea of some of the other close races we were trying to keep an eye on with Jason Wheeler at the big board over there. Jason, what are you seeing?
Yeah, it is still March 1st there, Jason. These are long nights, aren't they?
They sure are, man.
So, I'm interested. I'm watching this governor's race, and of course, we've seen Abbott come out of the gates, and, a lot of the polls had showed him in the 60 percentage point range there leading into Election Day. Of course, we're still early on in the counting tonight. You see Don Huffines and Alan West, his two chief competitors there behind him, but we were talking about that whole effect of the Trump endorsement. The Governor Abbott, of course, has the former president's endorsement, but yet he still drew challengers who were far to his right, and this does look like a blowout here for sure in the early going, but keep in mind, the last time that Greg Abbott ran an election, a primary election here in Texas, he pulled 90% of the vote in that primary. The one before that, he had 91%. So you do see that the party is changing. There is a fight for the Republican Party here, and generally that fight has moved further to the right, and you're seeing that play out in these numbers, even though Abbott is leading still at this point. Let's go back to that Attorney General's race. This is falling into line, sort of like what the polls had been showing us, except for this part right in here. Again, if Ken Paxton cannot get past that 50% mark and win this thing free and clear to head to the November general election, he will face a runoff, and he's been widely expected to face a runoff. The question has always been, who will it be? Well, George P. Bush, the land commissioner here in Texas, had been polling as though he would be that second one. Well, you see this right here. We've got a dogfight here a little bit, at least in the early going here, between George P. Bush and former State Supreme Court Justice Ava Guzman. So that one's going to be one to keep a very close eye on as we go through the rest of this evening. But you can still see, though, when we look at the map here, look at where we're talking about here, where the votes have started to come in. This is, we still have a whole lot of state left to pull in numbers for, so this could all change quite significantly. I want to show one other thing here, Jason, because we keep on talking about, the early vote being about 60% of what we expect turnout-wise for the entire primary. That's pretty abysmal when you think about it, because here we are. This is from the primary early voting, okay? Democrats, 3.65% of eligible voters voted in the Democrat primary. Republicans, 5.96% of all of the eligible voters in Texas voted in the Republican primary. We're talking about 17 million registered voters here, and these are some pretty paltry figures, especially if this represents 60% of what we're going to see for the entire turnout for this election. And the reason I put these arrows next to these is because, you know, these parties are being pulled one way or the other. The Republican Party has shifted more to the right in this primary. We're seeing a lot of progressive candidates in the Democratic primary. There's a battle for these parties going on here in Texas, and it's being decided by very few people because some of these races tonight do not have a challenger on the other side. So that person is automatically elected by a tiny percentage of people. You can see here from midterms past what the percentages look like. They are equally abysmal. Democrats polling 7%, 4%, 5%. Republicans outperforming them year after year, of course, here in Texas, 10%, almost 10%, and 11%. I did include on here 1994 when Democrats had 11.47% of eligible voters vote in their primary that year, and I put a bunch of asterisks next to that because that's an impressive number when you look at these numbers in the years since then. And by the way, that's the last time that Democrats in this state went over 10% in the turnout for a primary election. It's also the last year that a Democrat won a statewide race here in Texas. So you don't win those when you don't have voter enthusiasm, and that's already showing in the at least in the early vote totals that we've seen, and frankly for Republicans as well. Again, very few people having a very outsized effect on our politics because most people decide to stay home for these primary elections, Jason.
Yeah, you know, almost 30 years since that 1994 numbers you're talking about there too. Let's get back to the numbers that Bud Kennedy was talking about a moment ago from Tarrant County, the Republican race for county judge there. WFA's Adriana de Alba is with the Price campaign, former mayor of Fort Worth, Betsy Price. Adriana, tell us what the mood is like there after seeing these early numbers come in.
Hey there, good evening. Well, you know, just high energy right now. I'm in this room packed with people just in a matter of minutes. It's pretty much filled, and it's just the beginning of the night, but you see a lot of enthusiasm here. Former Fort Worth Mayor Betsy Price is here. She's mingling with supporters. She's working the crowd, and, you know, looks like she's heading into the night very confident that this is going to work out in her favor. But, you know, let's kind of talk about this this election, because, you know, you have Betsy Price, who's the former mayor of Fort Worth, very popular in the area. The people know her, and she's so well known. You know, she's been running this campaign on a few things. She says she wants to cut tax rates and protect families, and she is endorsed by outgoing County Judge Glenn Whiteley. And so let's just go ahead and pan to the room so that you can see that's where she is. She is mingling with people. She got here pretty early in the night, and against her is Tim O'Hare. We talked with him earlier in the day, but Whiteley, let's get back to you. That's the latest from here.
Adriana, thank you very much for that. And in a few minutes, if she gets that close to you again, let's see if we can get her on with us here. Bud, we saw her just, you know, glad-handing folks there. She does look like she's somewhat confident. Why is that with these early voting numbers?
I think they're probably not watching the numbers from at this point. And if I had these numbers, I wouldn't be watching them. It is 58% to 35% at this point. And I think that scene is going to change fairly soon. You know, someone talked about Trump's endorsement of Tim O'Hare. I will point out Trump also endorsed in the DA's race. He endorsed a former Judge Phil Sarles, who is in a runoff, probably with Molly Westphal, although Matt Krause still has a chance. Matt Krause is running third, but Trump's endorsement did not lift Phil Sarles into the nomination at least without a runoff.
And Matt Krause, of course, is the retiring state representative.
Who originally ran for Attorney General and now may not make the runoff as District Attorney.
That's interesting, too, Bernadine. We haven't talked to you about Betsy Price. She's been on our program a number of times, as has Tim O'Hare on Inside Texas Politics. What do you make of these early voting results?
Well, I want to caution again, and I know that it's a large number of percentage, but it's still early. And quite frankly, I'm shocked because I thought that Mayor Betsy Price would do better. And as most of us have said tonight, it just shows where the Republican Party is moving towards such a conservative type, well, farther to the right. But actually, anybody who has watched Mayor Betsy Price's career should be shocked because she should be doing better.
From tax assessor collector to the mayor's office there in the city of Fort Worth, Bud?
And Jason, at one point we talked about how she was the most prominent local Republican in all Dallas-Fort Worth. She was like the Republican mayor of North Texas, while the Dallas County judge was like the most prominent Democrat. But, Tim O'Hare's career as chairman of the Republican Party, as more of a fighter. We've talked before how voters look for the meanest fighter and somebody who will go punch the Democrats in the mouth. And, Tim O'Hare obviously, carried more of the fighting spirit into this campaign. Betsy Price tried not to hit back, and that may have been a critical mistake.
We shall see. Let's go to some new numbers we have for Congressional District number 3. This is Collin County, Hunt County. This is also Van Taylor, the incumbent, who is trying to avoid a runoff tonight. He's running up against 3 or 4 different candidates there. Keith Self is one. Suzanne Harp also running against him. And those are the numbers right there on your screen. 52% right now. This is the early vote. This is highly encouraging for Van Taylor, I'm guessing, Dr. King, don't you think?
Threshold, especially you also have to look at how many other candidates are involved in the primary. And so that's one of the reasons why when you have 7 people in the race, it can cause such a mess for those 3 folks at the top of the ballot. But when you have narrower margins like this, once you break that threshold, it becomes very difficult to come back from, right? For the other candidates.
And these actual numbers, Dr. King, are so low. This has got to be just one single polling place up there. I was talking to some folks up there today in Collin County, and they said the turnout was great. It was a great weather day, Vinny, and that had a lot of people out there, especially in this race. We have seen all types of folks really going after Van Taylor pretty hard as he's running for his 3rd term. Does this number surprise you that he's over 52 this early?
No, not really. And actually, the fact that Keith Self is at 30 is probably the most surprising. That's a campaign that's really struggled to raise money. They were not able to get up on TV. They really have not had a lot of voter communications because they haven't had any money. So I'm really kind of surprised to see Keith Self doing that well at this point. 52 seems about right for Van Taylor, but again, it depends where those votes are coming from.
And Miguel, I want you to take a look at the screen right now. We do have some new numbers for Congressional District number 30. This is Southern Dallas, a little sliver of Tarrant County as well. This is the seat that has 9 candidates in it, the same one that Eddie Bernice Johnson is retiring from. And there are, everyone is really trying to get out front on this thing. Jasmine Crockett, of course, is the candidate who was endorsed by Eddie Bernice Johnson. And Jasmine Crockett right now, early on right here, 55% of the vote. Jane Hamilton, second with 15%. Those are the 2 names that a lot of people have been talking about, Miguel.
Yeah, so Jasmine Crockett, State Representative Jasmine Crockett, representing House District 100 for the first, for one session. She came out as soon as she announced with the endorsement of Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, basically 30-year incumbent. That certainly helped her. But she's had to get out there. She's had to work. She's had to get her message out there. She got a lot of airtime this past legislative session as she was one of the architects of the House Democratic Caucus breaking away and basically ending the special session this past legislative session. So 55% right now, she's looking strong. My guess was that if there was going to be a runoff, it would be with Jane Hamilton, former chief of staff to Congressman Mark Vesey, who got a lot of the traditional endorsements that you would look for to try to be successful in that race, including County Commissioner John Wiley Price and others. But Jasmine Crockett, I think, felt really strong about her race, and it certainly helped to have Eddie Bernice Johnson endorsing her right from the start.
And just a note to our viewers here, there are only 3 candidates on your screen right there, but 9 candidates are actually in the race. The way our system is set up, it shows the 3 top vote getters on your screen, and the others do have votes as well. But this clearly, with these numbers here, less than 1,000 for Jasmine Crockett, who is in the lead right now. This shows that this is just 1 or 2 precincts with the early votes. I'm surprised, but I'm a little surprised that Dallas County doesn't have any more votes out yet. Those numbers from the Associated Press, but you would think a half hour into election night that the early vote numbers would be easy to dump.
Yeah, Tarrant County's published 70,000 votes, and Denton and Collin are up, and Dallas is just slow getting it out.
Bernadine, are you surprised that we haven't seen any more numbers from Dallas County on this race or any of the other races so far?
Yes, I am. Usually We have numbers right at 7 o'clock from Dallas County. Now, you know, they are dealing with the centers, which is what they started voting all over the county in 2019. So they should have it down pegged by now, but it is surprising because usually Dallas County is one of the first counties to give us early votes.
Especially considering early voting ended on Friday.
Yes.
Let's go to Jason Wheeler. Jason, show us what's happening down in the Rio Grande Valley, because we've been talking about that for quite a while now, and there are two counties that are already popping up there.
Yeah, and I'll say I'm not surprised about what's going on with the early vote total. It seems like, didn't we go through this the last time, though, where the early vote came out, and then we waited and waited and waited, and the results just trickled in that night as slow as could be. So, you know, maybe we're just getting the slow part out of the way first this time, and, you know, things will speed up as we go through the rest of the night. You know, Dallas County is reporting some vote, though. You see some of it coming out, but obviously, as Bud was saying, you know, let's look at the governor's race, for example. Tarrant County already has about 71,000 votes posted out. Dallas County, 36,853. So, yeah, there's something going on there. But yeah, you were talking about down in the valley there, Jason. We've got, at least at the very tip of Texas, we've got Hidalgo County, and then, of course, we've got Cameron County down there. That's where Brownsville is. You can see Governor Abbott doing very well down there in the early going, pulling north of 80% of the vote. This has been a huge focus for Republicans these past several years because they've made some inroads down in the valley starting in 2020 when former President Trump did surprisingly well in some of these places that used to be just a Democratic lock, a Democratic stronghold where you would, you know, file through these counties and you would see the Democratic vote just, you know, up in the 70%, 80%, 60%, high 60s range. And he actually pulled a few of those counties in 2020. And so Republicans since then have been investing money down in the Rio Grande Valley in these outreach centers, trying to reach out to those voters. And again, Jason, we were talking about this earlier. It is no mistake at all tonight that Greg Abbott, the governor, is there in Corpus Christi in Nueces County, which I always have real trouble punching up here because it's right under the name Corpus Christi. There it is, where he's pulling about 75% of the vote in the early going here. He is trying to really focus down in here on this Hispanic vote, especially as we get down in the Rio Grande Valley. We were talking about former Congressman Beto O'Rourke's issues with being able to turn out that valley vote down there. This is going to be a battleground in this election, especially when we get to November with several of these different races. That is going to be a huge battleground that we're talking about there, even though, of course, the population is the triangle here going from San Antonio over to Houston up to Dallas and back down.
Jason, we have some breaking news. Beto O'Rourke is already coming out in Tarrant County where he's holding his statewide watch party. Morgan Young is there covering this tonight for us. Morgan, what are you seeing?
Well, Jason, I do know I'm going to step aside for you when he comes out here, but I want you to know how it feels here. This energy is very celebratory. There was a band earlier. There's a DJ now. I don't know if you can see behind me. A sea of signs here because the DJ just said that he's about to get on stage and speak. And again, we'll step aside for that. We are in Fort Worth tonight as opposed to El Paso. His campaign said that this was on purpose. He says that this area, Tarrant County, is a key battleground. And when he ran for Senate in 2018, Beto O'Rourke won Tarrant County by a very slim margin, but that was a very encouraging victory for him. In 2020, we saw that Joe Biden won Tarrant County as well. So this shift towards Tarrant County voters voting for these big Democratic candidates is really encouraging for this campaign. So again, they are here in Fort Worth tonight. They are building this campaign on momentum, and momentum is such an important word here. When you think about a 2018 Senate race, a 2020 presidential campaign, and then 2 years later, him running for governor. So I talked to some people here today, and what I'm seeing is a lot of people here who got excited about him in 2018, stayed excited in 2020, and are still excited now, and that really seems to be the focus here. Again, a big celebration here. Like you mentioned earlier, he is expected to win this race. He has not really mentioned any of his challengers in this primary race, has gone straight to the only potential opponent he's really addressed is Governor Abbott. We saw that on social media a bit today. But again, big celebration here in Fort Worth. We're waiting for him to come up and speak. He should be here in a couple minutes, and the energy here is really just building.
And there are the numbers right there. Morgan, thank you very much. Beto O'Rourke clearly ahead right now. This is almost 500,000 votes in, and Beto O'Rourke leading statewide with 93% of the vote. he was running against some Democrats who have run for other seats before but don't have anywhere near the name recognition that he has. But you mentioned also his challenger this fall. Jason Wheeler showed us some of the numbers that Governor Greg Abbott, the incumbent running for his third term, already has down in the Valley. Teresa Woodard is with him in Nueces County, in Corpus Christi. Teresa, I presume that they're pretty excited down there with these massive numbers coming in.
Well, let me tell you, Jason, it is a very different scene here than what Morgan Young is describing in Fort Worth. And I'll give you one big example. There's really nobody here yet. Corpus Christi, I thought, was supposed to be warm. I am glad I remembered to bring a jacket. It is a cold night in Corpus Christi, and this event for the governor is being held outside. So there's just a handful of supporters milling around, really. I know there's a buffet line and a bar set up that's kind of under some shelter, so perhaps the wind isn't cutting through them as bad as it is for us out here. So we haven't really felt an energy from the crowd yet, but from his campaign, yes, I can tell you absolutely they are energized, they are excited, and they are very transparent about why they picked this location, Corpus Christi, Nueces County. As Jason Wheeler was talking about earlier, it's strategy. They are 100% transparent that they are trying to court the Latino vote. Corpus Christi is a city that is 63% Hispanic. The campaign told me on the phone yesterday that to them, this is the next step to victory. They want to win in the Valley. They say the governor himself is 100% focused on winning in the Rio Grande Valley, and this is their next step. In Nueces County, I did a little bit of research today. The governor won easily in 2014 and 2018, but here in this county in 2018, Beto O'Rourke won in that U.S. Senate race, and in addition, Ken Paxton lost this county back then, so certainly trending purple. All right, let's go back to you in the studio, Jason.
Teresa, we'll wait for the party to get started there. Let's go back out to Tarrant County, where Adriana Diaba has former Mayor Betsy Price with her right now. And Adriana, tell us what the former mayor is saying about these results in here.
Hi, well, I'll let you hear it directly from her. You know, the energy is high in this room, but how are you feeling heading into tonight?
Good, you know, a bit surprised at the way some of the early voting results, but the night's very young. There's still a lot of votes. There were a lot of voters out today.
What would you have hoped to see with these results so early on?
In a perfect world, clearly, I'd love to be way up leading with no runoff, but there is no perfect world, so it'll be what it'll be.
Any nerves, or are you pretty confident?
No, I feel good about it. One way or another, it's good. We're going to get what we get, and the voters will have spoken, whether it goes to a runoff or whether it's an outright win for one of us.
What is your big message? You know, the voting is said and done, but what's your big message to people really quick in Tarrant County?
You know, my message is I appreciate them all getting out to vote. We appreciate those who responded to our platform, and we're looking forward to going forward from here.
And what do you say about, you know, just those who voted and those who didn't vote for you? What is your message when it comes to, like, a county so big, unifying people?
Yeah, the county, this is one big county. It's a conservative county, and I hope everybody will move forward together.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for taking some time. She's going to get back to mingling, but that was with Betsy Price. You know, she's still confident heading into tonight, and we are going to send it back to you.
Adriana, great work. Thank you very much for that. Bud, I want to go straight to you on this. She says she feels good. She's a bit surprised, but lots of votes are still out there. Are they?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think there are nearly that many out there. More than half the votes are in, and she's far behind. Tim O'Hare will meet Deborah Peoples. Deborah Peoples, I think, is going to take the stage either before or after Beto O'Rourke tonight in Fort Worth, and it'll be Tim O'Hare and Deborah Peoples in the showdown for county judge. I want to apologize to Dallas County. We do have all their results posted. It just somehow there's been a shipping delay or something maybe in getting them out, but they are all posted.
Always with logistics. We're waiting for Beto O'Rourke to take the stage in Tarrant County there in just a few moments. But I want to ask you, Bernadine, about that race with Betsy Price as well, too. She is, I think all of us are shocked at those numbers, but she's either putting on a great face about it or she's thinks there's something else still out there.
Well, both. She's putting on an excellent face, but you know what? Perhaps she knows that county. So perhaps there are some votes somewhere where she thinks that she can either push it into a runoff or get more votes. But you know what? What we just saw is why so many people liked her. And I think that that's why that we're surprised at the margin of victory that O'Hara appears to be headed toward, because people they love Bessie Price. And what we just saw is one of the reasons why.
That's a good point. And Dr. King, as Bernadine was saying that, everyone on the panels here is shaking their head.
Yeah, it really is surprising, because you just saw the Betsy Price that has had the tremendous popularity that she has had. And it will be picked up, I think, across the country that she did lose as an indication of the direction that Texas is going. And that any candidate who may moderate slightly from the party dimensions in place will be subject to that kind of backlash. I think it's also surprising if you look at like Louis Gohmert and some of the other stalwarts that are out there regarding the conservative, that have good, hard conservative credentials, that even in this climate are having to struggle to show that they have the mettle of what it takes. And don't forget the ground game, because that's incredibly important. And the mobilization of endorsements is going to start to become much more important in this election cycle. And I think that's also part of what's happening here.
And as we await Beto O'Rourke to come on stage there in Tarrant County, Vinny, I want to pose the same question to you. Yep. After you heard Mayor Price there just a moment ago, what's your reaction?
Well, it sounds like there's really only one endorsement that counts. I mean, I think the Trump endorsed candidates are doing pretty well tonight. And then if you don't mind, I'd like to go back and just talk about the strategic elephant in the room, and that was the Beto campaign being in Fort Worth. He is running last year's campaign. They're really out of touch, and you see that Abbott is down in the valley spending lots of money and lots of time. He's running the campaign to come. So I think the Beto people you're going to see a big reinvention of that campaign very, very soon if they want to be serious against Abbott.
And Miguel, take a look at your TV here, because I'm told we have some updated numbers in the Democratic race for Texas Attorney General, and Rochelle Garza has come out in the lead here in this race. She had been polling ahead, and as we get these numbers up here, Joe Jaworski, we saw it a little earlier, was ahead slightly, but there are, 40,000 votes in this race. Still only 4% reporting. This is a tiny fraction of what's going to be coming in. But what do you make of this? Lee Merritt in second place here.
Yeah, 4% obviously, so reserving complete judgment at the moment. That being said, she's run a really thoughtful race. I think that she is figuring out very quickly that in a place where people don't know you, if you can embrace running against Ken Paxton, running against Trump, which was part of her message, and I just think that the winds of demographics perhaps are a little in her favor. You can run a successful campaign. Again, really interested to see what's happening on the Republican AG side with Guzman. There's something I think about being a Latina in Texas right now running for office that tends to be a boost up, where in the past maybe it wasn't.
Well, I'm curious about that as well, too. So let's go to the man with the numbers, Jason Wheeler on the big board over there. Jason, before we get to the Republican Attorney General's race, tell us what's happening with Beto as we await for him to take the stage in Tarrant County.
Yeah, because we were talking about the Valley earlier with Governor Abbott, so I wanted to kind of update us on the other side of the ticket with former Congressman Beto O'Rourke down in the Valley, because am I mistaken? I seem to remember that's where he kicked off his campaign for governor, isn't it? Okay, so from the very beginning, he was focused down there on the Valley. There was some talk after his 2018 run for the Senate against Ted Cruz that he, was underperforming down here. So this has been a big focus, and as I told you, Republicans are really focusing in on the Valley as well this year. This is a really interesting thing to me because, we have some of the vote in, but still plenty left to go. O'Rourke right now has 21,876 votes in Hidalgo County. That already beats his entire total for the primary in 2018 in that county. You go down one more, down there toward Brownsville, Cameron County, 10,930 votes. The last time around for the entire primary, he got 6,000 something there. And then right there where Governor Abbott is tonight for his watch party in Nueces County there in Corpus Christi, Beto O'Rourke already has 7,800 votes or so in this primary, with still more to be counted. When he went through the primary in 2018, he had like 6,700 in that county. So he is outperforming what he did in these counties in the entire primary with all of the vote counted back in 2018. So I will imagine, you know, we were hearing earlier from Morgan Young that there was sort of this electric feel at the Beto O'Rourke watch party tonight. You know, he's going to run away with this. Obviously, he's going to head to November and is excited about that. He is going to definitely be running up against a machine in Greg Abbott, though, who has quite a bit of money to throw at this as well. But there has to be some happiness with what they are seeing in the early going with some of these counties down in this battleground part of the state that we keep talking about. And sorry if you're getting sick of hearing it, but get used to it, because just like the political ads, that's going to be beating you over the head all the way through November, because that is going to be a huge spot to talk about. What were we going to talk about beyond that, Jason?
We promise, though, that Wheeler will not be calling you at odd hours and texting you as well, too, about that. But let's look at the Paxton race here, statewide, if you can.
Paxton here, looking at statewide. We're looking at Nueces County right there. Let me bring in the state totals.
Okay, hey, Jason. Beto O'Rourke's up right now. Let's go to Fort Worth for him.
Sure.
Fort Worth, how are we doing? Good to be with you. Let's hear it for Crystal Mason. Absolutely amazing. So courageous, so tenacious, so persistent. And not only does that describe her, it describes every single person here tonight. Because I'll tell you what, this group of people, and then some, in 2018, made me the first Democrat to win Tarrant County since 1994. And this group of people, and then some, are going to make me the first Democrat to be governor of the state of Texas since 1994. This is on us. This is on all of us. Listen, I feel extraordinarily lucky to be here with you tonight. It looks like from the early returns, I will be your nominee for governor for the state of Texas. And because we knew that there'd be such a great group of people out, fired up, a little bit of alcohol in their systems, I've only asked my entire family to join me once on this campaign, and it's tonight. This is my wife, Amy, my son, Henry, my daughter, Molly, my son, Ulysses, and our friend Wallace back there. They wanted to be with us tonight on election night here in Fort Worth in Tarrant County. Tell me there's a more important place in Texas for us to be, a more important place for us to win than this one right here. And we have traveled the breadth and the length of this state, starting out in the westernmost county, in the mountain time zone, in the Chihuahua Desert, connected to Ciudad Juarez, our sister city, El Paso, Texas. And whether I'm in El Paso, whether I'm in Louisville, whether I'm in Texarkana, which is as far away as you can be and still be in the same state, I find the most amazing, the most beautiful, the most creative, the most inspiring people on the planet. This is our home. And the beauty in this state and our values, we work hard and we do good work and we're good to one another. That's not reflected in those who hold power and positions of public trust in this state right now. The things that we want are not just good for Democrats. They're not just good for Republicans or independents either. They are good for all of us. We want to make sure that the best jobs in the United States of America are created right here in the state of Texas. Right? Argue that one. We want to make sure that we get behind our world-class public school educators so that we have world-class public schools in the state of Texas. We all want that. We want to make sure that we finally expand Medicaid so that people can see a doctor. No one dies of diabetes or curable cancer or the flu. And don't you think it's time that we legalize marijuana in the state of Texas? I do too. We can get that done. But in order to make that happen, we've got to get past the incompetence, the corruption, and the cruelty of Greg Abbott. Are you with me on this? I mean, this guy cannot even keep the lights on in the energy capital of the world. This guy has presided over a child protective services system and the foster children within it who are sleeping on desks in the hallways right now because we don't have the resources or the attention or the accountability that they deserve. This guy may say he's pro-life. I think he's just pro-birth. We are going to be pro-kids no matter where they are or who they are in this state. This crazy, aggressive pursuit of transgender children in our communities and in our schools and in their families, when we have real challenges in the state of Texas right now, like 7 out of 10 fourth graders cannot read at grade level, and it's not that our kids are any worse than the kids in other states. It's not that our teachers are not trying hard. In fact, they're working 2 or 3 jobs just to support their main job right now. It's because we have so underpaid those teachers and started to attack them from the highest positions of power. When I am governor, we are going to support public educators and public education and make sure that every child has the resources and support that they need to be able to get ahead. We're going to make sure when I'm governor that we keep the light on in the state of Texas, the heat flowing, the water running, and that we make sure that everyone understands that this state is big enough for all of us. That the leadership in Texas truly reflect the genius and diversity of the people in this state. That we don't have to be afraid of one another or pitted against each other or further polarize an already divided state. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you are a Republican, and I hope you're here tonight, or an independent, or we certainly have some Democrats in the House as well, I want to be a governor for each and every single one of you, and I want to bring us together to do the big things that we are truly capable of once we get past the smallness and the cruelty and the divisiveness of this moment. But if we're going to do this, if we're going to build upon our gains that we all realized together in 2018, then it's going to take all of us doing all that we can with what we have where we are right now. And just as Crystal urged us to do, we've got to sign up to volunteer. And we've got to join an army of volunteers out there, a peaceful army that over the course of February has been trying to knock on every single door in every one of the 254 counties of Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you tonight that so far 53,500 people have signed up to pick up a clipboard, to become a volunteer, and to win this election. We set this ambitious goal because not just in Crystal Mason's case, but in the case of millions of our fellow Texans, this governor does not trust the voters of this state to make their own decisions about who should represent them or the course or the direction that Texas will take. And so last year, he signed the most voter-suppressive, most voter-intimidating legislation that we have seen since the Texas president, LBJ, signed the Voting Rights Act into law in 1965. It is harder to cast a ballot in this state than it is anywhere else. And look, democracy is under attack the world over right now. I don't have to tell you that. You watch the headlines. You see it happening half a world away. Well, it's happening right here as well. And when I talked to Catherine, our organizing director, and I said, look, I wish the Department of Justice would ride to the rescue right now and enforce that Voting Rights Act, but they're not. I wish the Supreme Court would make sure that they strike down the unconstitutional voting laws that we have in this state, but they will not. There's no cavalry coming to ride to our rescue. This one is on us. And Catherine said, let me get those volunteers out there. Let me get them knocking on doors and making phone calls and lighting up the phones of our fellow Texans. And I'm going to try, Beto, as best as I can to get to 2 million voters by the end of February, which was yesterday. Well, she told me today we reached 4.5 million voters over the course of February. Un milagro. Absolutely amazing. A miracle. And it's a miracle born of the people of Texas. This campaign is powered by the people of Texas. We will win this race together because of, by, and for the people of Texas. All I need to know from you is, are you ready to sign up and to be part of this campaign? Because if you will do this, I promise you, we will win this. The people of Texas are sick of what we have and they want to change. They cannot believe that the governor of this state will not trust women to make their own decisions for themselves, that he set a $10,000 bounty on the back of anyone who assists any woman in making her own health care decisions. Well, you don't have to be a Democrat to know that that is wrong. But it's going to take all of us working together to elect me so that you have a governor who trusts every woman to make her own decisions about her own body and her own future and her own health care each and every single time. We're going to do this. I really feel this. Sí se puede. And I just want you to think about what you are willing to do right now and how you want to feel on this night, November 8th, 8.5 months from today. Now, I hope, and I have to check with Amy and the kids, but I hope we're back in Tarrant County on election night. And just like we are going to do tonight, I hope we're drinking beer on that night. And I hope we wake up on the 9th of November with the best hangover we have ever had in our lives, because we've celebrated the best victory we've ever seen in the state of Texas. But think about how you want to feel that night, how you want to look back on this one and say, look, on March 1st of this year, I dedicated myself to my kids, to my family, to my state, to my country, to the generations yet to come. And when all was on the line, and we knew that we had the odds against us, and they were trying to rig the rules of the road while we were actually running this race in the election, I did not allow that to deter me. I did not succumb to the temptation of despair. I got up, I got after it. I knocked on my neighbor's door. I invited them into this democracy, voting in this election, and I made sure that their voice was heard, that their vote counted, that their vision was reflected in the campaign that we ran together. On that night, November 8th of 2022, you want to feel completely exhausted. Like you've done everything you could have done within your power to win this race. Nothing but nothing left on the field. That beer is going to taste so much more refreshing. That victory is going to be all the sweeter for it. And we are going to celebrate like Texas has never celebrated before. Are you ready for this? I am ready to do this with you. We are going to get the big things done for Texas again. Fort Worth, thank you for turning out for us tonight. Thank you for signing up. Thank you for being part of this victory. And I look forward to running this with you and winning it for you. We'll see you soon. Adios y nos vemos. Gracias, Fort Worth. Thank you.
Beto O'Rourke addressing supporters there right outside the Flying Saucer Cafe in downtown Fort Worth. He is the Democratic nominee for governor, getting a crushing amount of votes against a number of different competitors who don't have the name recognition that he has. Here is the vote count right now at 8 o'clock as the polls close in El Paso, too, which is a mountain time zone. Beto O'Rourke with 92% of the vote, 36% of the precincts reporting statewide. We have updated numbers here at the top of the hour. We want to go through these races because I know that numbers is what everyone cares about right now. And then we're going to get into the content, and the context rather, and the analysis of these. Similar situation here for the governor's race on the Republican side. Greg Abbott crushing all of his opponents as well. Don Huffine sent out a tweet a few moments ago. If we can't get it up now, that's no problem at all. But Huffine's conceded the race. He sent out an email as well, too, saying he will not contest the election. There is the note he put on his Twitter account tonight, saying essentially for more than a year, our campaign has driven the narrative in Texas and forced Greg Abbott to deliver real conservative victories like the Texas Heartbeat Act, constitutional carry, protecting children from abusive transgender transitioning, a number of issues there. And he's right. He has moved Greg Abbott farther to the right, almost single-handedly there. The lieutenant governor's race on the Democratic side, Mike Collier running again for this seat. He is 44% of the vote. He's not high enough yet to get to avoid a runoff, but it looks like he and Michelle Beckley may be heading into a runoff if those numbers hold. These are really early numbers. Dan Patrick, 78% of the vote. He didn't really have any big name competition for his third and final term is what he says. And if we have any more there, Haley, do we have any more numbers up there? And here's the Democratic side for the Texas Attorney General's race. This is 12% of the precincts reporting statewide. Rochelle Garza, an attorney from Brownsville, with 41% of the vote. Joe Jaworski, the former mayor of Galveston, Texas, 21%. Lee Merritt, civil rights attorney, with 21% as well, too. And this was the big race going into tonight, the Republican race for Texas Attorney General. Ken Paxton, 43% of the vote. He's going to go into a runoff. The big question tonight, who is it going to be? Ava Guzman, the former Supreme Court Justice for the state of Texas. Right now, she is leading that, a razor-thin margin there. She has 22% of the vote. George P. Bush with 21%. The Congressman from East Texas, Louis Gohmert, there with 15% of the vote. That still has a ways to go. And another race we want to keep an eye on, too. Two congressional seats here. Congressional District number 30, Jasmine Crockett is the hand-picked successor who Eddie Bernice Johnson wants to succeed her in Congress. She has 46% of the vote, way out in front of Jane Hamilton there with 20%, but clearly this race is going to go into a runoff. Barbara Mallory Caraway, former city councilwoman in Dallas, former state rep, she is third right now too. And here's one we've been watching. We thought this one might end up in a runoff. Van Taylor is the incumbent congressman running for a third term to represent Collin County and Hunt County, solid Republican seat. The thinking was this one might go into a runoff if Van Taylor couldn't get to 50%. Right now, with half the vote in, Van Taylor is over that 50% margin. He might be able to avoid a runoff. I'm not sure exactly which precincts are left, but Keith Self, the former Collin County judge, is second there with 26% of the vote, and Susan Harp has been hitting him hard too. Tim O'Hare, this was the breaking news Bud Kennedy was talking about a moment ago at the top of the 7 o'clock hour when these first numbers came out. Tim O'Hare looks like he is going to be the Republican nominee for county judge in Tarrant County. He is the former mayor of Farmers Branch, the former chairman of the Republican Party of Texas in Tarrant County, and he has 58% of the vote over Betsy Price's 35% of the vote. I believe that's all of our numbers, Haley. We do have another one here, too. Bernadine, look at these numbers here. This is kind of a surprise because this is the incumbent DA in Dallas County, the top prosecutor in Dallas County. The early vote, which is about half, 60% of the vote, total vote, John Creuzot is ahead with 62% of the vote. This is a big deal because this is an exact rematch from 4 years ago. 4 years ago, 112,000 total votes were cast in this race. Creuzot only defeated Frizzell by less than 600, 589 votes. It looks like he is far out in front there. Let's bring our panel in on this. Bud, we'll start with you in studio here. We heard just a moment ago Beto O'Rourke laying out kind of his vision. Nothing really new there that we haven't seen in campaign stops and on ads there. What do you expect the next few months to look like in the race between him and Greg Abbott?
Well, of course, Vinny Manchillo was talking before about how Beto is running the 2018 race and going to Tarrant County where he won. But if you look at the turnout today and the votes today, Abbott has about 48,000 votes today. Beto has 36,000. That's in Tarrant County. So Abbott's out legging him pretty well. The 2018 race was pretty peculiar in Tarrant County. He won because the Lockheed workers liked him. Ted Cruz had rejected a lot of F-35 spending, and Beto had experience on the Armed Services Committee, and the Lockheed union workers out there actually thought Beto would be better for Tarrant County than Cruz. None of those factors is at play in this. If you listen to his speech, he talked about the things that he thinks resonate, which were voting rights and abortion and the new pursuit of parents of transgender children. Those are not topics that resonate with most of the voters in Tarrant County. Tarrant County is much more red and is destined to be much more red this cycle with a Democrat in the White House.
Bernadine, what do you make from those numbers we just went through there? Because the DA's race is one that you and I have talked about quite a bit, the Dallas County District Attorney's race. Creuzot far out in front of his challenger, Elizabeth Frizzell, the former judge.
Quite frankly, that's not a surprise because Creuzot had the momentum going into this race and coming out of this race. And Frizzell, quite frankly, never convinced the voters to fire him. They're very satisfied with him. So it's not a surprise. He has been running ahead through the entire process. So he's going to face Faith Johnson in November. But the Democratic voters like Creuzot.
And facing Faith Johnson is a rematch also from 2014. Yes. Faith Johnson, former judge, she was the Republican DA and she ran against Creuzot. Creuzot defeated her.
Well, and you know what, it's going to be interesting because if you look at Dallas County, which most of these counties, the Republican Party is moving toward more of a right philosophy, but however, she's going to have an interesting run because Dallas County is still heavily Democrat.
Yeah.
So
Faith Johnson, the Republican.
Faith Johnson, the Republican,
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Vinny, let me bring you in here. I want to talk about another race that we've been really watching tonight. Congressional District 3, this is Collin County, Hunt County, the race that Van Taylor is running for his third seat in Congress on. He's above the 50% mark at 52% right now. Can he hold this race? Because it has been a brutal one up there.
It really has been tough, and Keith Self again did not really have any money to really compete against Van Taylor. Van Taylor might be wishing for his old district lines back. He might have done better than that. And then also, I just wanted to weigh in and say it was awfully nice of Huffines not to ask for a recount. He's only 50 points down, so awfully nice of him to concede at this point. But I think the Van Taylor folks have got to be a little nervous. 52, that's awfully close.
Yeah, and since congressional races are every 2 years, Dr. King, as soon as you win one race, you're running again.
Yeah, you have to start raising money literally the next day, depending on which district you're in, between $10,000 and $25,000 a day to be able to compete moving forward in some of these races. But you're also seeing that incumbency effect. Like, as much as we talk about throwing the rascals out, it doesn't matter. We have a tendency to elect the same people over and over again. What's going to be striking coming out of this, and one of the things that we're not talking about nearly enough with Beto versus Greg Abbott, is that it's going to be show me the money. Abbott spent $15 million last month alone. Beto, who had raised $80 million in 2018, is down to 6.8. It's going to take a whole lot more than signing up Democrats to vote for him to be able to mobilize people. And so you have to start thinking, and getting to the point about Taylor wants his old district lines back, continue to say it's going to be the ground game and mobilizing those walking campaigns and getting people turned out that are going to make the difference in 2022 November election.
That's a good point, Miguel. I mean, obviously Beto O'Rourke is a proven fundraiser, but he also has a huge organization for Get Out the Vote. We know he can raise the money. Can he match Abbott, though? Because Abbott did spend $15 million. He still has, I think, $40 million left. He's way out front on this thing. And Abbott's not afraid to spend that money.
Yeah, Beto has the ability to raise money. He's exhibited that, for the multiple races that he's run. This is a different race. He's facing, an incumbent who knows how to get the money and has the money now and is spending the money and will get more money. And he is running a third race. And so over the course of time, there are people who give you money and then after a while, maybe they don't give you any money anymore until they see you winning. So that's why you hear him say, we knocked on 4-something million doors just in the month of February, because he knows ultimately he's going to have to get people out on the doors. And what he's got going for him is he has run many races over the past few years. So people are just sort of wired to go vote, to go knock on a door for Beto. There's one other thing I wanted to point out, though, and this is going back to the Rochelle Garza Attorney General on the Democratic side race. You know, one thing you mentioned a little earlier, Jason, is where she's from. I don't know if you remember, she's from Brownsville. She's from the Rio Grande Valley. And if you look at some of the congressional races down there on the Democratic side, you've got some incumbents who are being challenged, like Henry Cuellar in House District 28, if I'm not mistaken, by Jessica Cisneros, a young Latina who's running as a progressive, and it looks like right now she's ahead. In Congressional District 15, you have Vicente Gonzalez, who is now leaving, and you have a person, Michelle Vallejo, who is running as a progressive, and it seems like she is potentially headed to the general election. So I'm really interested to see what happens here in the border when it comes to the messaging, and these are progressives that are running, and how that might impact the race and Beto's chances moving forward.
Hey, let me ask you, Miguel, about messaging. Democrats nationally and in the state just haven't been able to get around a single message. We talked before we went on that even the comptroller in the state of Texas, Glenn Hager, a Republican, you've seen his ads on television. The first thing he says is, I'm going to secure the border. He is the comptroller of the state. He holds the pocketbook for the state. Why can't Democrats get a message that resonates? They clearly do polling.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I was joking with you earlier that I was running, and when I was running in my neighborhood, I looked at my neighbor's house, and it's got all the Republican signs, and the biggest one was one that looked like a fence. And I looked at it, and it said, "Protect the border," and it was Glenn Hager, the comptroller. I said, that's shocking to me, but he knows what the message is. You know, on the Democratic side, you heard a little bit of what's likely to come, at least at the top of the ticket, trying to fight back on a lot of the things that have been happening in the past legislative session around voting rights, around abortion laws. And then you also hear ERCOT come up quite a bit. The governor's going to be hit quite a few times around his performance in the past when it comes to that. But I agree with you. I think that they're going to have to figure out what are the 2 or 3 major things. And if you go down to the border and you look at the message that a lot of these progressive candidates that seem to be successful right now are running on, mostly it was economic populism. I mean, it was kind of a Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren message. So it's going to be tough to find that message, because it seems to skew pretty wide on the Democratic side in Texas right now.
And indeed so. I want to update our viewers on a couple of things here. We're told that 2 sites in the colony in Denton County are going to be open until 9 o'clock tonight by a court order. It's uncertain why that is, but here's the much bigger deal, Wheeler. I want you to listen to this. Harris County has not released any numbers yet, and I see it's blank on your board over there. Harris County, Houston, the most populous city and county in the state, among them in the nation, hasn't released any numbers so far tonight. No early vote numbers, nothing else, because of an issue with tabulation. Jason, what are you seeing?
I was wondering. I thought that was my board. I thought maybe you guys had access to something that I didn't. I want to get to a couple of things here, because I've got Lieutenant Governor pulled up here on the Democratic side, so we'll start here. Kind of interesting, Mike Collier, who ran last time and was in the general election against Dan Patrick, came really close. I think closer than a lot of people, including Dan Patrick, thought he would come to pulling that one off in 2018. He's running again. He does not have 50%. Michelle Beckley has made quite a run here, state rep there, and she is considered a much more progressive candidate, just sort of snowballing with that conversation that we had earlier about progressive candidates. Also, Rochelle Garza, we've been talking about her on the Democratic side for Attorney General. She is very much in the lead there. Again, a more progressive candidate, so we're sort of seeing a trend there in the primary as to who is turning out for this primary on the Democratic side. And again, it's just a matter of who might be in that runoff with her. I do want to get to the Attorney General's race on the Republican side, though. Ken Paxton falling about where polling has had him lately going into this election. Actually maybe even slightly underperforming where those polls were putting him coming into tonight. Here's the really interesting thing to me is Ava Guzman, the former state Supreme Court justice. She has really, I mean, this became a horse race for this second place here in these past several weeks. George P. Bush, the land commissioner here, it seemed like he was, in that second place slot and doing okay with that for quite some time. And then Ava Guzman kept on saying, no, I've got, we do our own polls, and and what I'm seeing on the ground is that I'm picking up support out there, and we're actually gaining momentum. All the candidates say that, but she apparently meant something. She apparently knew, that something was going on out there at the grassroots level. Again, though, we still have a lot more vote left to come in, and this is really tight as to who would be challenging Ken Paxton in that runoff. One more takeaway here. I would say that Ava Guzman, if we look at this Republican side of the AG ticket here, Ken Paxton, of course, has gotten the endorsement of former President Trump. George P. Bush tried mightily to get that endorsement from the former president. And if you watch his ads, it almost seems like he does have it. And also Louis Gohmert, very, very close to the former president. They're known to be very good friends. I would say Ava Guzman is probably, or at least has portrayed herself as the least Trumpy of the candidates on the AG side, and yet you see her rising up through the ranks here into that second place slot. So that's just kind of an interesting takeaway as we've gone through the night. And again, it just shows you as we have this battle inside the Republican Party as to what the future direction will be. If you had told somebody 10 years ago that you're going to have somebody named Bush running in Texas for something, who, by the way, already holds a different office, and he may not make it into the runoff, somebody would have been shocked by that. But the party has really changed quite somewhat, and it's just kind of interesting to see a Bush, struggling to try to get into that runoff. Again, it's something that we may not have seen, 3-4 election cycles ago, Jason.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. And as we talk about Harris County, let's go upstairs and talk to Ariel Placencia, who is watching kind of the big board.
I see some votes from Harris County now, by the way.
As well. Because, that's what we were waiting to see. That's where Ava Guzman is from. Ariel, what are you seeing statewide?
Yeah, well, we're actually seeing problems in Harris and Denton counties. I heard you guys talking about it earlier, and I got some more information. So come over here with me. These are live streams of Harris and Denton counties, and we're going to start in Denton County here in North Texas. I'll increase this full screen. So basically, we got word that due to equipment delays, 2 Denton County Republican polling sites are going to stay open for another 40 minutes until 9 p.m. tonight. Voting is going to continue at the First Baptist Church, the Colony, and the Castle Hills North Community Center for, again, just under an hour. And according to the state, Denton County cannot release any Republican voting results, including early voting, until the last voter has voted at these 2 polling locations. So as you can see, this is the live stream for Denton County. But again, we know that those 2 Republican polling sites in Denton County, due to equipment delays, those are going to stay open for an extended period of time. Now, we're also seeing some problems in Harris County. So I'll show you a view here. Again, you can't see too much in this ballot room. They're kind of up on the top screen here. This is just due to the live stream. Again, these live streams are new this year thanks to the new voting law. But here's what's going on in our state's largest county. They are not going to be reporting results on time. Now, remember, state law mandates that counties must report results no later than 24 hours after polls close. That's not going to be happening in Harris County, though, because Harris County election officials said the delay is due to damaged ballot sheets that now have to be duplicated before they can be scanned by ballot readers. That's according to the Texas Secretary of State's office. So again, those are live looks of both of those ballot rooms. Again, we'll come back out here. These are Denton and Dallas counties. Things are doing A-OK there right now. We haven't heard of any problems in there. This is Denton and Harris, so we just got that news in, but I'll be keeping an eye on it. We'll let you know about those 2 Denton county polling places on when they're expected to close at 9 p.m. and how this is going to affect things moving forward, Jason.
Ariel, that's good information. When you mentioned the damaged ballots in Harris County, we all cringed down here in the studio. Let's go back to the panel, because this is not the time, this is not the decade, this is not the era to have anything wrong, Dr. King, with any ballots at all. I'm frankly surprised at what's happening in Harris County.
Yeah, and it's a concern because these were damaged ballots. At least that's what the reports are saying. And so the fact that they're having to duplicate them, and it raises this larger issue of to what extent our elections start to become eternally contested, and whether or not you start to see people turning out more in early voting because of these kinds of concerns about malfunctions on election day. 5 states have already gone to exclusively mail-in ballots because they're thought to be safer in terms of integrity and easier and actually a lot less expensive. That's not going to happen in Texas. I want to be clear about that. But the things that happen here are going to have ramifications on how other states see things. It's going to be a long night, and the law requiring the 24 hours is going to really start to get a lot of airplay. Watch that.
They better get the Xerox machines ready down there. Vinny, I want to go to you next. I want to ask you about, Ava Guzman is really close. She's in second place right now in the Attorney General's race. She's from Houston. Houston's not reporting yet. I would think that Houston's ballots would likely help her, but what do you expect?
Well, why can't Harris County hold an election? What's going on down there? It seems like they always have some kind of problems. But I would say this is a nightmare scenario for the Paxton people. I mean, first off, they're going to be in a runoff, and Guzman is the one candidate they really don't want. I mean, I think Paxton squares up really well against Bush, reasonably well against Gohmert, but he does not square up well against Guzman. This is a real nightmare for them. They pressed the panic button last week, and it didn't work.
Yeah, and when they spent $2.5 million on TV ads that a lot of us saw. Miguel, he mentioned it's going to be tough if Guzman is the one in the runoff with Paxton. What are the chances that you might get Democrats or all these independents showing up at this runoff?
Yeah, I think that to me it seems as if Ken Paxton was the candidate that everyone was paying attention to, given all of the stuff going on with the FBI investigation and so on and so forth. So you could see a lot of people playing in this race as a voter, just wanting to see perhaps him move on and someone else, succeed him. Three things I want to say real quick. The first thing, going to Jason Wheeler's point about a Bush not being in public office, I feel like my whole life.
You're saving that one up, man. You're saving that one up. Go ahead.
Texas and Bush are synonymous, right? Yeah. So that's interesting. The second major thing is there's nothing more exciting than cameras trained on polling workers, and doesn't that tell you a lot about where our elections are today? And then the last thing is just the integrity of the elections themselves. You know, the SB 1, which was passed in this past legislative session, which was the Elections Integrity Bill. In early vote, Dallas County, they reported an 18% rejection rate of mail-in ballots. Harris County, 40% rejection rate of mail-in ballots. El Paso, 45% rejection rate of mail-in ballots. There's a lot that's happening right now across Texas related to this law, and it's going to be very impactful moving forward. My hope is that the election administrators going into the general figure out what went wrong here, because there is a lot that's got to be improved in order for us to have the best and safest and secure election in the general.
Yeah, it's certainly something that campaigns are running on too. Bernadine, at the end of the day, I mean, this is stunning news from the largest county in the state, one of the largest in the nation, that they've messed this thing up after what we all saw and went through after 2020. Harris County, Houston is having trouble with their ballots down there. How much of the vote do you think might be waiting for Ava Guzman from that, since she's from there?
It could be a lot. Remember, during her last statewide election, she received more votes than any person on that ballot. So she has a lot of support, and she's going to probably push even further once we get the Houston vote, because if she's moving up now and we don't have the Houston vote, then we could conceivably think that she's going to be in the second place.
And there are the numbers right there, about a third of the precincts reporting statewide right now. Of course, Harris County's not in there. 5,000 votes separate Ava Guzman from George P. Bush for determining who will go into the runoff with Ken Paxton, since he appears unable to get across that 50% mark. And Wheeler, fire up the board again here, because I want to come to you and talk about this. I see some more of the Rio Grande Valley has lighted up on your board there. Can you give us an idea? Well, maybe it has a little farther up by Laredo there. Give us an idea of what you're seeing down there for the Attorney General's race.
Okay, specifically for Attorney General. Oh, this jumped out at me earlier. We've seen all of those ads from George P. Bush, riding on the four-wheeler down there by the fence along the border. He did manage, he's got a couple of counties in Texas where he is in the lead, and one of them happens to be Hidalgo County right down there on the border, another one floating around out here in West Texas. That did strike me earlier. But if we take a little bit of a jog up here toward Webb County, Ken Paxton doing very well there, George P. Bush doing very well there again, and Ava Guzman coming in a distant third there. We were talking about her in particular. If we go with the statewide here, this is looking at Harris County. That's her home area there in the Houston area. She's in second there right now in that county as far as the number of votes go, but we have very few in, 102,000 total votes. Harris County is a very vote-rich county. County. So there's still a whole lot more to come there. And again, we're dealing with those delays coming out of Harris County this evening as they have to duplicate some of those damaged ballots, which, by the way, ballots get damaged all the time. This used to happen year after year after year, and they'd have to go through these processes over and over and over again. And now people go crazy when ballots get damaged, and we have to do something called duplicate. That starts, the conspiracy theories begin and all of that. This is just a fact of life. It happens in these big operations especially. So we're still looking for a lot more vote to come out of here. I still have a lot of blanks down in the valley, though, too, Jason, and all along the border there. That's a little bit slow to come in tonight as well. Louis Gohmert, a distant fourth behind everybody here. He's doing very well in East Texas. That's, of course, where his roots are, and that's totally expected. But again, Ken Paxton falling in about where the polls said he would there in Harris County. And then if we look at statewide, same thing, actually underperforming there just a little bit. This is the race that we all said that we were going to be watching tonight, and we're seeing what's unfolding there. Want to just check in real quick because we haven't done it in a while with Congressional District 30. This is in the south and southern part of Dallas, Duncanville, Lancaster, DeSoto, that area. Jasmine Crockett, who was considered to be the front runner going in, 46.3% of the vote there. She came out early on above 50%. We said in the early going with 9 candidates, it was going to be almost impossible for somebody to end up over 50, and it's looking that way right now. But again, the vote has been a little bit slow in Dallas County as well tonight. So, that could still change because we still are waiting on a lot more vote to come in, Jace.
Bud, you wanted to make a point about some of the things Jason was talking about.
The damaged ballots in Harris County. We went through this in Tarrant County in the 2020 election. There were more than 25,000 ballots that were damaged because it was a bad paper. They were printed on a bad batch of paper that didn't go through the machines properly. They actually had to recruit and hire day labor to come in and recreate those ballots and get them all, copied onto something that would work, that would be counted. It's a little easier this time. There shouldn't be as much conspiracy theory because in Harris County, as in many of the large counties, each party runs its own primary. So the Democrats are responsible for recreating the Democratic ballots. The Republicans are responsible for recreating their own ballots. If there is any hanky-panky, it's their own party's fault.
But we know they're not afraid to hit at their own party, too. That's a good point, though, Bud. Yeah, a third-place candidate might still go crazy over it, even with their own party. One other race we haven't talked about for a few minutes here is the Dallas County District Attorney's race. WFAA's Rebecca Lopez has been watching this race, covering the DA's office for years here in North Texas. And Rebecca, who do you have there with you?
Oh, here, I have incumbent John Creuzot with the Dallas District Attorney, Democratic candidate. And look, last time you were really, really close. This was a razor-thin margin. You won by like a little over 600 votes. Now we are obviously you've pulled ahead by a lot. What do you think your message was? Why do you think that you pulled so far ahead? What was your success?
Well, I think that I laid out a plan for the district attorney's office, and we implemented it, and we went beyond that. We found other areas to enact criminal justice reform, and we did so, and I think the community respects that.
So you're going to be taking on Faith Johnson, who obviously is the exact same scenario as before the last election. You guys are very similar in that you are pushing criminal justice reform. You both have prosecuted police officers. You've both tried to bridge the gaps between the community and policing. So what's going to differentiate the two of you in this next election?
Well, first of all, I love and respect Faith. She's my friend, but we are different, and we're running for this office. She had this office for 2 years. She had an opportunity to do all of the things that I'm doing. The same data were there, and as far as criminal justice reform, I've taken a different approach to it, much more proactive. I'm not hobbled by my associations with Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton. In fact, when necessary, I've spoken out, as you know, against what they're saying and things that they want Texans to do. They want doctors and families and children to do which are wrong. And I don't think that she has the space to do that. And so I think my administration so far and hers are very different, and going forward would be very different.
Were you surprised by how far you pulled away in this race early on?
Actually, I was surprised it wasn't more.
Really?
Yes.
So one of your big platforms, again, was criminal justice reform. You also wanted to change the way in policing. what do you think your biggest success has been in office since you took office in that respect?
Well, as far as policing is concerned, when we said we were no longer going to prosecute misdemeanor marijuana, there was a big uproar amongst the police chiefs and the police departments about it. The fact of the matter is those were 85% traffic stops, and 97% of those were small amounts of marijuana, and every year, 90+% people of color. Well, those arrests and prosecutions were not stopping violent crime. Let's look at what Eddie Garcia's done. He said, take the marijuana, let the person go, get to the 911 calls, be effective. And what we've seen is a different type of policing that is based on the same theories that I had, and we're reducing violent crime. Even though he and I didn't plan out everything together, he's come along behind me with the same approach and the same philosophies, and together, his office and my office, we're reducing violent crime. We only try the cases, we don't police the streets, but he's doing an outstanding job of redirecting the resources of the police department to reduce violent crime, and I'm very thankful for that.
All right, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. All right, so there you go. You hear from John Creuzot, who's the incumbent in this race. He will take on Faith Johnson in the general election, which is going to be the exact same race that we had the last time. So there you go. Back to you guys.
Indeed so. Rebecca, thanks so much for that. And Bernadine, I want to go straight to you on this. Now, again, this is another rematch from 4 years ago between two former judges, Faith Johnson, John Creuzot. He has the momentum. He said he was surprised that he wasn't any farther ahead of Elizabeth Frizzell.
Yes, because he has been very confident. But keep in mind that this won't be the same election because Faith Johnson was DA when they ran the last time. This time, he's the DA. And he's confident. The voters, the Democratic voters, even the Republican voters are happy with him. So he's going to go into the general election confident, voters behind them, and they're going to work hard to keep him in office.
Yeah, that's a good point. A number of Republican officials in Dallas County have said they're just fine with Creuzot because they knew what he was like when he was on the bench, when he was a judge. He also made a point there just a moment ago with Rebecca saying he's not going to be hobbled by Ken Paxton or by Greg Abbott at the top of the ticket, which might impact Faith Johnson. Do you think those will have any type of a drag, especially maybe Paxton, have a drag at all on Faith Johnson this November?
No.
Not from the top of the ticket?
Well, because she's not going to get enough votes anyway to beat Creuzot.
You think Creuzot will easily get reelected?
Yes. Yes, because he has some momentum down there and in Dallas County, and as you just said, Republicans are happy with him. So you don't have to vote. We don't have straight ticket voting. Yeah, we don't have that anymore. Yeah. So they can pick and choose.
Wow. So we have a couple of really interesting things going on here tonight. We have the former mayor of Fort Worth, Betsy Price, who she's behind. Appears to maybe have lost Bud, I believe, to Tim O'Hare for the Republican nomination for Tarrant County Judge. And we have John Creuzot, another one of our hot races we were watching, easily winning the Democratic nomination too. So as Jason Wheeler takes a swig over there of what I hope is water, just seltzer water. I would like to get back and look at the other big race, Jason, which is the Texas Attorney General's race.
Yeah, before we jump into that, it seems like it's been a while since we've had an update here from Congressional District 3. This is up in the McKinney area, Collin County, Hunt County. This is the incumbent Van Taylor. It seems like we've been sitting on these numbers for quite some time now here, but Keith Self, as expected, giving him a good run here, but still Van Taylor above that 50% mark, which will be interesting to see if he can hold on and avoid a runoff. Let's head over to the Attorney General's race here. And again, not a whole lot changing here. Ken Paxton still very much looking like he's going to a runoff. It's all just the fight down here as to who's going to be in that runoff with him. And I will say this. I'm going to pull up this thing, and it's not the prettiest graphic I've ever made in my life, but we're going to pull it up anyway. This is from 2018. And Ken Paxton, if you've been following his career, he's going for his third term as Attorney General. His entire time here, he has either been under investigation or under indictment for a securities fraud. And so that's been a baggage that he has carried with him throughout his attorney general career. And in addition to that, now he has some new allegations from members of his own staff in the attorney general's office who alerted the FBI and told them, that there was abuse of power there and bribery. And so a lot of baggage there. Interesting thing is, though, some polling out recently said that 23% of Republican voters said that the charges against him made it more likely that they would vote for him. A lot of people were turned off by the charges, though, and some people said it didn't make much of a difference. Here's the reason I bring this up here, and I just titled this Closer Call in 2018. Ken Paxton sailed before that, but then we got to 2018, and you see the difference here. He won his election, yes, but he won it by about 300,000 votes, which is considered closer here in Texas. This was, out of all of the statewide offices from 2018, this was the closest margin of any of them. It was a 3.5-point win. It was a win nonetheless, but again, it was pretty close there. And at that point, and we've talked to strategists here, they say that that's why some of these other candidates, these high-profile candidates, have been smelling blood in the water. They are concerned, and they have told us this in this run for this race. They have told us that they're concerned that if Ken Paxton does win this thing outright tonight, that he actually makes Republicans very vulnerable come November, because he is a vulnerable candidate, and they saw it back in 2018 when somebody got pretty close for comfort there, and they think with that additional baggage from members of his own staff that might make him even more vulnerable in a general election this time around. Democrats, probably would agree with them to some degree there, but I think Democrats also like the idea that, this could go to a runoff and that one of these people might end up on the ballot, and then you're not fighting against a well-funded incumbent come November, and you can argue that, one of these people might have some vulnerability there because they're not as known to voters. And so, however this turns out, Democrats are watching this very closely tonight as well, because, Jason, we've talked about this many times with the Ted Cruz model, and that is that, runoffs can be interesting animals, because if you think that the voter turnout is pathetic in a primary, and it is, because not enough of us are casting ballots in these primaries, and these are important elections on these nights, even fewer people show up for the runoffs. And so very few people make some very big decisions. And that's how Ted Cruz found his way into the Senate.
That was 10 years ago, and I was in Houston for that. They put me on the race. They thought that, the guy wasn't going to win. But look at this. Here are the two people at the top of your ticket this November. Greg Abbott will be the Republican nominee for governor. Beto O'Rourke is going to be the Democratic nominee. We heard from Beto at 7:45, about an hour ago. Greg Abbott, not Ted Cruz. Jason, he's not up this time. Greg Abbott is expected to speak to his supporters from Corpus Christi at 10:02 tonight. Both of them crushing their opponents in the primary there. Really, Bud, there's no surprise when we talk about that. Before we get to you, I do want to bring in our new panel here. We have Krista Castaneda, who is a Democratic strategist. Good to see you, Krista. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
And of course, Jason Villalba, a Republican, former Texas state representative too. Krista, let's start with you on this. No real surprise at the top of the ticket. What do you make of the Republican side? I know it's the other side from you, but there might be a Latina on the ticket there running against Ken Paxton for the Republican nomination for Attorney General.
She's doing very well. It's really a close race with Bush, and it would be a very interesting race to have her running against the outcome of the Democratic primary. Really interesting.
And I would think, though, Krista, if you have her up there, considering that Democrats just despise Ken Paxton, that would probably get some Democrats and independents to show up at the runoff to actually vote for Ava Guzman.
Well, I don't think you can vote in the primary runoff if you didn't vote in the primary, or if you voted differently to vote in the Democratic primary. I don't think you could show up and run or vote in the Republican primary.
We had that question here the other day. We looked it up, and you actually can do that. Yeah. So Villalba could go vote for anyone on the Democratic side if he wanted to as well. Jason, let me ask you about that. Ava Guzman. she appears to be pretty close to making a runoff with Ken Paxton. Does that surprise you at all that George P. Bush isn't in there?
It is surprising, but I'll tell you what's happening with this race. She will win this race in second place. She will win the runoff against Ken Paxton. There's a reason that Ken Paxton was attacking Eva so hard this week. It's because they know that she is the most formidable candidate that they can face in the upcoming runoff cycle. Remember, all of George P.'s votes are likely going to go to Eva. So that's 22 and 22. Now you're at 44. Look, Ken's going to have his people, but now you're going to have some crossover. Democrats may be voting. They're going to have people that were not as comfortable with an attorney general under indictment that they might have been if it was maybe a George P. as number 2. But I think Eva's going to do well. I think the future of what Texas Republicans are going to be like. I mean, she's smart. She's capable, she's effective, she's a good communicator. She comes from a long background of political activism in a lot of different areas, and she is a person of color, Latina. And that's going to be dispositive, I think, going forward. And I think when she wins that runoff, she's going to win the Attorney General's spot in November of this year.
I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, Krista, but let me ask you this. What if we do end up with Ava Guzman versus Rochelle Garza, if she indeed is the Democratic nominee for Attorney General? 2 Latinas running there. That would be an interesting race to watch.
Fascinating. It would be absolutely fascinating. You'd have a level playing field on a few attributes that make candidates attractive, especially on the Democratic side. And you'd also have a head-to-head contest on some very core legal values. Ava Guzman, a conservative jurist, and on the Democratic side, an ACLU lawyer. So very interesting matchup.
And Bernardina, again, I'd like to just pose this because Jason brought it up and said that he thinks if Guzman is in the runoff, that she might beat Paxton. I've heard other people say that. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but that would be a fascinating race if you have 2 Latinas on both sides of the aisle running for that.
I think that she will win as well, because she has been on that statewide ticket many times. And as I said earlier, she has gotten more votes during 2016 than any other person on that ballot. So I think that she will win, and she will be your next Attorney General.
Woo! We're making a lot of predictions here, Bud. What do you think, man?
I can't say that I think that she will win the runoff. I think that Ken Paxton is the incumbent who still has substantial support. He's coming out in the mid-40s tonight. You know, when you get down to a May runoff on the Tuesday after Memorial Day, the turnout's going to be very small. Ken Paxton's voters are, going to come back. Donald Trump is going to make sure they come back, and I think that Ken Paxton still has the upper hand. I think that Guzman has the fire to beat him, and I think that if money rallies behind either Guzman or Bush, they could beat Paxton, but they haven't had the money in their campaigns yet.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is a fascinating one to watch. As we look at these numbers here, about 40% of the total vote is in. Let's go to Ross Ramsey now from the Texas Tribune. Ross, we'd hoped to go to your colleague Matthew Watkins, the managing editor at the Trib at 7:45, but that's when we had Beto O'Rourke come up here. Tell us what's surprising you as you watch these numbers across the state.
Things that we've been watching for are getting confirmed. You guys were just talking about the Paxton race. That's one of the races where, we thought an incumbent was in danger of getting into a runoff. That means that the incumbent's own party's voters, a majority of them, are voting against the incumbent. Whether Guzman can turn that into a majority in a runoff, if she in fact is the runoff candidate, or if Bush can, kind of remains to be seen. But I think any incumbent in a runoff is in trouble. As you go down the ballot, a couple of places where people aren't in trouble that I thought they might be, at least with the early returns that we've got. Sid Miller, the agriculture commissioner, appears to be winning without a runoff. And Wayne Christian, the railroad commissioner, seems to be winning without a runoff. So a lot of these people are doing pretty well here.
Who's calling you, Ross? Who is that calling you? That's the hotline, huh?
Yeah, the bat phone went off. Sorry about that.
Let's talk about the Rio Grande Valley for a moment here, too. We've been concentrating on that as well. Any surprises down there? Because the Republicans have really been trying to knock down that blue wall for a few cycles now.
Well, they're looking at two races here tonight. You know, Henry Cuellar is defending himself. He's a Democratic United States representative. The FBI raided his home and his offices just before early voting started. And he's running against a candidate from the progressive wing of the party who almost beat him 2 years ago. So that's a race to watch. And if Jessica Cisneros wins that race, the Republicans down there feel like they might be able to beat a progressive Democrat in a place where they haven't been able to beat the much more moderate Henry Cuellar. There's also a state rep down there, Ryan Guillen, who is a new Republican. He was a Democrat, he switched parties, and he's defending himself in a Republican primary for the first time. So that's a bellwether race for the Republicans to see if they can protect somebody that they brought over.
And Ross, when it comes to the top of the ticket, the governor's race, we went around the panel earlier and asked about this. Beto O'Rourke, clearly a proven fundraiser. On the other side, you have Greg Abbott with $40 or $50 million still cash on hand, ready to spend. Can Beto raise the money? He can clearly get out the vote. He's organized with that. But can he raise the money and get out the vote to really compete in November?
I think so. I don't think this is going to be a race that's won or lost on money. These are two monster fundraisers. Greg Abbott's the best fundraiser the Republicans in Texas have ever seen. Beto O'Rourke raised $80 million with federal campaign finance limits that he's not facing this time. You know, in a Texas race, somebody rich can give you all the money that they want to give you. I think both of these guys are going to have all the money they need to make their case. The question is whether Beto can come back from kind of a disastrous presidential campaign, from some of the things he said in that campaign, and try to reignite the Roman candle he had going against Ted Cruz in 2018. That's, you know, he's got 8 months to turn that around. Greg Abbott is going to try to capitalize on all the mistakes he's made since, and I still think that's going to be a really interesting race for governor.
Yeah, I think so, especially with the some of the reasons that the challengers have challenged Greg Abbott. Before we let you go, though, Ross, I want to ask you about Harris County. We're seeing reports from the Secretary of State's office that Harris County has a number of damaged ballots. It had not until recently reported any results. This is not the time to have an issue like this in the most populous county in the state.
It's not, but I have to say that after years of doing this, Harris County is always late. There's always something wrong down there. It's always the last one to come in. And it's particularly irritating, I guess, because it's the most populous county. It's where most of the votes are. And if you've got the whole state counted and you've got a race that's close, that's a statewide race, and you don't have the Harris County numbers, you don't have the results yet. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens in Harris County before we know what happens in any of the statewide races or Harris County races that are close.
Yeah, when it comes to the Attorney General's race on the Republican side, Ava Guzman is from Houston. She is in Houston tonight, I believe. How much of the vote is in Harris County waiting for her? I mean, could Harris County put her over the top to make the runoff and separate herself from George P. Bush?
Well, you know, the working word in that sentence is could. It could. It depends on what's there. It depends on how that close they are when all the other counties are counted. And it also depends on Paxton's relative strength in Harris County. He's strong with the conservative wing of the party. And there's certainly, you know, a lot of voters in that wing in Harris. She's been in statewide office, but she was a Texas Supreme Court justice. And that doesn't really give you really high name ID. And so I've got a question about whether Harris County would identify her as a native daughter.
Yeah, that's a good point. Ross, thanks so much. We appreciate it. We'll see you on Inside Texas Politics on Sunday.
See you then.
Thanks a lot. Let's get back to our panelists over here, too, because we're still waiting for Harris County to come in, as we mentioned with Ross there a moment ago. But based on what we have so far, Bud, three big things jump out to me. In North Texas, we have what it looks like Van Taylor winning without a runoff up there. I have a few texts from Republicans saying they never thought Van Taylor was in trouble, despite the people running against him, hitting him really hard. Betsy Price lost to Tim O'Hare in Tarrant County, and John Creuzot won. What are your big takeaways?
Well, I think that you have the heavy Republican turnout in Van Taylor's case, in Congress in Washington. The voters in that district like what Van Taylor's doing. They want to keep him in Congress, and generally they're not unhappy with him. They might be a little perturbed by his willingness to work across the aisle, but they're not ready to fire him. There's nothing they want to fire Van Taylor for. In Tarrant County, you had Betsy Price, who was trying to come back to the courthouse, after more than 10 years as mayor, and you have a courthouse that's moved on and a county Republican Party that's moved on from her tenure. You have this firebrand from Southlake who built his fame running against critical race theory in Southlake schools and organizing and leading the campaign against it. And you almost have, in Tarrant County, we always say that Tarrant County is like if you put Collin and Dallas County together in one county. It's like you have these staunch Republicans and the Democrats in the South part. Well, in Tarrant County, you have Betsy, who's punished for being mayor of a Democratic city. It's like she's worked with Democrats and worked with a 5-4 council to try to do things that are moderate. Yeah. But the north half of the county is all Republican, and they're pummeling her over it. They don't want anything to do with anything from those Democrats down in Fort Worth.
Yeah, those are the early vote numbers right there. That is interesting, but as we close in on the 9 o'clock hour here, Bernadine, what are your biggest takeaways 2 hours after polls closed in the state?
Well, I think that the Republican Party is moving further to the right, and those candidates are winning, and those candidates will probably win. And as we've said tonight, it was a surprise about Betsy Price, but and we should not have really been surprised, because around that area is where you have the critical race theory running rampant. So,
but critical race theory, of course, Bud, is not something that a county judge would have anything to do with. They could make it a bully pulpit issue, but it's not something that's part of the job title there, right?
Right. Well, but keep in mind, it's not taught in our public schools either. Yeah. But if you listen to the messaging, it is. So it doesn't have to be true in order for it to be effective. And that's what's happening with Betsy Price in that particular race, and with the race that we're going to see throughout this state. And as I've said earlier, the Democrats need and must come up with a message to combat critical race theory, and I have not heard it yet. And I think that Betsy Price's race shows that they're going to have to come up with a message to deal with this critical race theory propaganda.
Krista, let me ask you about that, because we talked about that a little earlier. It's not just critical race theory. That's one of the issues. It's the border. It's guns. It's a number of these things here. Plenty of Democrats in Texas own guns. Plenty of them want to make sure there's law and order on the border. But why can't Democrats congeal around a single message to fight off any of the Republican messaging?
Well, look, I think it's a branding issue at its core. I think for so many years we have not contested all the places that we need to take the message to. It's not only the message, it's the audience. And I'm encouraged by the fact that Beto really has built the infrastructure to go out and take our message to some of the people who haven't typically heard it. They need to hear it in order that we can't get painted with some label that's completely inapplicable to a large portion of our party.
That's a good point, because that seems to be what's happening in so many places. Let's show some new numbers here we have for Congressional District 3. This is Collin County and Hunt County. This is the Van Taylor seat. Jason Villalba, I want to ask you about this. It looks like with almost half the precincts reporting up there that Van Taylor is maintaining his lead above the 50% mark, meaning he will not face a runoff. Right now, only half the vote is in. Jason, as you look at those numbers, and you've been watching coverage and scrolling through Twitter like the rest of us, what are your big takeaways?
Well, my takeaway from this race at CD3 is that if you're a good candidate and you are aware of what the issues are in your district, and if you are somebody who is responsive to your constituency, you could win a race, even if you voted for the January 6th commission. That was the big attack on Van, and there was a rogue group putting signs saying that Van's not a patriot, and he's obviously a traitor to the country because he didn't do these things. Yeah. And he was attacked viciously, and yet tonight he's going to win without a runoff. That speaks to him as a candidate. That speaks to his strength as a candidate. And also, I think it speaks to us about the strength of the far right. How far can they go? As Bernadine points out, you know, a lot of candidates on the right won tonight, but is that the right thing going into the general election? You know, Abbott, I think, won overwhelmingly tonight because he tagged so far to the right. But how is that going to impact his race against Beto in November? Look, they're already within 5 to 7 points of each other. And if Beto catches a head of steam with the new unified feeling in America today as we all rally around what's happening in Western Europe, rally around Ukraine, I think people are starting to come together and unify and say, you know what we want? We want good leaders who care about our communities and our districts. And, you know, this divisive politics we've been dealing with for so long, maybe that's not going to sell in November. And so I think Van proved that tonight. And I think some Democratic candidates will have real opportunities in the fall by attacking how far the right has gone, the Republicans have gone to the right on certain issues.
And Krista, doesn't that make it easier if Republicans, maybe with the exception of Van Taylor, are tacking farther to the right, even though Van Taylor did that, because I think he probably had to in the most recent campaign ads. But if they're tacking farther to the right, that I would think that creates opportunity for Democrats. But Democrats, too, in fairness, have been tacking a little farther left, which is what both sides do in primaries, and they generally come back to the middle for the general election.
Absolutely true. You know, the more either side moves to the extremes, the more open territory is left to presumably reach the middle ground voters. The real challenge is it's hard to pivot, and particularly when you've been running a contested primary with limited funds, then you've got to completely change to a different skill set, different fundraise, different message, and build the infrastructure to actually contest a primary. I mean, to contest the general election, and that's a pretty tough row. Yeah,
they got to bring in those independents who are the ones who always decide the elections. Let's go to Alex Rozier right now. He's been covering the Attorney General's race on the right. He's with the Paxton campaign, which I believe is in Collin County tonight. Do we have Alex still with us by chance? Alex, what's the
Jason,
mood like
I did just
up
get
there?
An update about. Jason, a few seconds ago, actually, I just got an update from the Paxton campaign. He's going to be speaking about 9:30. Here's what I'll tell you is that this campaign branded tonight as a watch party, but they're not watching anything, and the folks are just mingling about. So far, no one watching these numbers come in tonight on what may be a disappointing evening for the Attorney General. I'll tell you that his challengers, Ava Guzman, who sat on the Texas Supreme Court, George P. Bush, well-funded, well-known names in the state of Texas, and they're going to give a race tonight. So it's looking as though, the early numbers anyways, that this may be headed for a potential runoff, and now we're hearing that the Attorney General Paxton will be making some remarks here in just about a half hour. So I think in that time, we'll be learning a little bit more about what he has to say about the numbers that have come in tonight and what he expects moving forward, and what could be a challenging race against whoever may be claiming that second spot. Guys, we'll send it back into you.
Indeed. So, Alex, thank you very much. And those most recent numbers we just showed you a moment ago while Alex was speaking there showed that George P. Bush has now moved slightly ahead of Ava Guzman. There's just 350, 400 votes. They're separating them. Of course, this is only 45% of the precincts reporting statewide here. Jason, you're watching this race closely, and it's kind of bounced back and forth. George P. was second. Ava Guzman moved ahead. George P. is now back second. At the end of the day, Ken Paxton's not over 50%, so this really matters.
Yeah, we're almost not even looking at line 1 here. We're just looking at what line 2 is going to say by the end of the night. And line 2 and 3 right now just keep on going back and forth with each other. George P. Bush picked up, or he's at least in the lead in another county down there in South Texas, close to the border. That's with 100% reporting now. It's not vote rich, but it's Kennedy County, very rural area. But apparently some of those ads that we've seen, so many of those, with him on the four-wheeler down there by the border, are speaking to some people down in that region. Important to note here, and we've talked about this a couple of times. Let me go back to the state totals here. Very important to note here that even while, there's just a few votes separating them, but George P. Bush has pulled into the lead here for second place, we have to keep on focusing on Harris County tonight. That is the most vote-rich county in this entire state. And there we are. If I click it, we are still stuck. down here at 102,020 votes being reported so far in the Republican primary there for the Attorney General's race. That's where we were 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago. They can't seem to get this thing flowing down there. We know that they had some ballot issues and that they're trying to resolve that. It's going to be a really late night there in Harris County, and I would dare say that it could be Harris County that might decide this race as far as who's going to be in the second place slot here. Ava Guzman stands a really good chance of picking up a lot of votes in Harris County. That is her backyard. That is her home. So we are expecting her to pull in a tremendous number of votes there, but we're probably all going to have to, pull up a chair and spend the rest of the evening, maybe into the very early morning hours and going through the day tomorrow, perhaps even, to figure out what that vote's going to be coming out of Harris County. I think that Harris County is going to determine what happens here with this second place slot, Jason.
Yeah, when we look at those numbers there, Bud, Ross made the point a few moments ago that Harris County has had issues before, but it could be a long night if Harris County is having to duplicate all these ballots, the same thing that Tarrant County had to do 2 years ago.
Well, the Bush name is big in Harris County. I mean, I think this is still going to go either way, and we're not going to know probably till tomorrow morning who's in that runoff. But I think that, I know we've talked a lot about Guzman, and there's some, there's kind of some romance about the idea of a Guzman and Rochelle Garza campaign, but this could very easily be George P. Bush. And I don't think there's any way to say right now that it'll be one or the other. I think that George P. will have both the Houston advantage and that, hearing about those numbers down in the Valley, if it comes up to a runoff, there's going to be quite a few runoffs in the Valley and some of those Republican seats that are going to favor either one of these candidates.
Yeah, of course, George P. Bush's grandfather, the former president, and grandmother lived down there in Houston until they passed away. Let's flip the script on this, Bernadine. What if it's George P. Bush versus Ken Paxton? Who wins that race in the runoff on May 24th?
You know what? I'm not going to say. And let me tell you why. Because it boils down to what I have said on Inside Texas Politics a lot. Are Texas ready for another Bush? And so that's going to be a big issue with George P. While he might be popular in certain areas, are voters sort of tired of Bushes? And I think that that's something that he's going to have to deal with going into it and sort of separate himself from that dynasty, although he is part of that dynasty. The reason why he's probably where he is now is because of that dynasty. But I think that he's going to have to face the fact, do we want another Bush?
And Jason Villalba, let me ask you that. Is Bush fatigue real in Texas?
Well, I think it is. Bush has 100% name identification, and he's a known quantity. People know who he is. And so if he were to face Paxton in a runoff, he doesn't have the same advantage that Ava Guzman would have because he's a known quantity, whereas she could surprise people and attract voters who may not have ever known about who she was. That's an issue. The other issue is George may be popular in some segments among centrists and old HW and W supporters from past Bush campaigns, but the people he's most weak or he's least strong with are those individuals who vote in Republican Party primary runoffs, right? Yeah. The people that show up for a primary are the grassroots, the very distilled version of the party. The people that show up at the runoff for a primary are even more activist, more to the right, more sitting in precinct chairman meetings. Those are the people that have the least affinity for George P. So I think going into a runoff, if it's George against Ken, I think Ken's probably happier that would be the case if that were his opponent. And gotcha. I think that speaks to why Ken spent so much time really chipping back at Ava this last 2 weeks.
Yeah, especially the last weekend. Crystal, stand by just for a moment here, too. Let's go to Damon Fernandez. He's been covering the Congressional District 30 race. He is with Jasmine Crockett, who is leading so far in a field of 9 candidates. Damon, go ahead with it.
Well, hey there, Jason. Yeah, I'm standing here with Representative Crockett right now. How are you feeling coming into the night? I've been talking to some of your opponents in this very heavy and crowded race. They've been telling me that they're feeling anything right now from excited to cautiously optimistic. How are you feeling right now?
I'm nervous still, too. You know, we came in this saying that we wanted to win. We don't want to go until May 24th. We kept saying team no runoff. Before any money was spent by me or anyone else, we were far out ahead because of the work that I've done in the State House, because of everything that I did in the streets even before I got to the State House. And so I'm really wanting to finish this race. It's been a tough 10 months in the legislature for us. And then I got out of the legislature and I went straight into the biggest campaign of my life.
A lot of people have been talking about your fire.
Yeah.
You're hitting the streets pretty strong.
Yeah.
What separates you from the opponents right now?
First of all, the track record. I mean, it's one thing to say it. I would tell people, don't worry about what I say. You can go Google and find out what I've been doing. I've been doing the hard work. And right now, we just can't afford to risk it on my friend endorse me. We've got to make sure that the people endorse what we do. And that's what they did when they put me into HD 100. And I'm hoping and praying that that's exactly what the people do again and put me into CD 30.
One thing that sets you apart is that the longtime politician who's held this seat for nearly 3 decades came out strong after announcing her resignation, supporting you and endorsing you. How did that feel for you? And knowing that a lot of her supporters are now supporting you.
It's still surreal. I never saw myself in this position. And there were so many people that courted the Congresswoman for years, some decades, wanting her to say, you are the one. And for you to not be the one that was seeking it, but she sought you out, it means the world, because she was looking at my work. She knew that I wasn't looking for the title of Congresswoman. She knew that I just wanted to serve and that I love my constituents. And her constituents, a lot of them are my constituents as well.
You know, we've been seeing so many of your opponents out and about at the polling sites today. I know that you were out with Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. How special was that, going from poll to poll with her today?
It's absolutely historic. You know, we don't often see our elected officials saying, you know what, it's time for me to pass the torch. And so many people were like, is she going to retire? Is she not going to retire? Like, no one knew what the announcement would be. But I don't think many people thought that even if she did retire, she would then pick the freshman from the Dallas delegation to be the one that she felt like was best prepared to go to D.C.
And let me ask you this. Knowing that you shared some special moments with her, is there any piece of advice that she told you personally that sticks with you that you can share with us tonight?
Oh my gosh. There's been so much, but I will tell you that she always says focus on the constituents and focus on the people. And she said if you take care of the people will take care of you. And so for me, it's a matter of focusing on the people.
I know that so many people across District 30 are still waiting and watching to see what happens. The numbers are still ebb and flow, but it looks like you have a strong lead right now. I know that you're hoping for a win in this primary. Should it go to a runoff, what's your priority going to be?
Oh my gosh, just getting people back out. You know, last time I won this seat in a runoff, but we were in that number 2 spot. It was a close that first time, but we were in the number 2 spot. We worked really hard. So I know one thing is that we know how to win in a runoff. I don't want to have to win in a runoff, but I think the people of District 30, they're worth it. So if that's what I've got to do, I'll do it.
Representative Jasmine Crockett, thank you so much. I know you have a whole slew of supporters, family members, friends out here. Anybody else here of note?
The Congresswoman.
Okay.
She's here.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen her yet, but look, congratulations to you tonight. We look forward to continuing to watch and see what happens. We know this is a crowded race with 8 other candidates.
Yeah.
Has it been tough this season with 8 people fighting for the seat as well?
Yeah, because everybody kind of takes a little bit and a little bit. Right now, it's only a little bit that has us in that range to potentially be in a runoff. So if someone who, say, took just a little bit, who, you know, we had opponents that really weren't doing the work at all, but they were going to get votes, and they did. And so this is potentially what will force us into a runoff. And it's costly, and it's inefficient, honestly. So I really just want to get to the work of the people of District 30. I want to get back to being a full-time HD 100 representative. But, you know, we'll do what we've got to do to finish this out.
Representative Crockett, thank you so much for your time. And Jason, there you have it from State Representative Jasmine Crockett on her thoughts about this election season and tonight.
Damon, good stuff. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Let's go now to another hot race we were watching too. Congressional District number 3. This is Collin County. Van Taylor, the incumbent, getting hit hard by a number of different opponents. Second place right now in this race is the former Collin County Judge Keith Self. Judge, thanks for being here with us tonight. It looks like right now, with half of the vote in, that the incumbent is over that 50% threshold. Where's the other half of the vote? Because we've been sitting on this number for quite a while now.
Well, we've only got one voting location that's reported, Jason. So we've already pulled him down a little bit with Election Day votes. And I think we'll continue to do that because we had a tremendous turnout today. I mean, there were people voting an hour and more after the official close of voting.
Judge, how long do you expect this race to go?
Oh, I think it's going to go late into the night, and frankly, the Hunt County votes will not be out until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So depending on how close we are at the end of the night in Collin County, the Hunt County votes could make a difference tomorrow morning at 5.
Why is Hunt County coming out at 5 a.m.? They have 24 hours to get the results reported, but Hunt County is, you know, they could do faster than that, I would presume.
Well, that's what we understand from Hunt County, and I'll let them speak for themselves.
Well, what do you expect to happen tonight? Do you think that there's enough vote out there still left, Judge, to put you into a runoff?
Absolutely. Absolutely. With one polling location reporting, we've already pulled him down below 52%. There's a lot of votes out there, and I believe that this is entirely possible. It's not usual. But I think it's possible this year because of the anti-incumbent impetus that we see in the voters.
And Judge, I know you haven't been behind some of this, but why has this race gotten so dirty?
That's a great question. We have run a fact-based campaign. But I think it's just that there are some groups that are just dissatisfied with our representation, and I think that's where it stems from. But it's a great question, and I regret to see that it has gotten that way, but at the same time, the people are responding to that, and I believe that we will see a change overnight in the voting numbers.
And Judge, where do you think that the incumbent, Van Taylor, is most vulnerable? Is it on the fact that he sides, he goes down the middle quite often, or he voted for the January 6th committee?
There are two things that we found to be red lines when it comes to Van Taylor. The first is the January 6th commission, as you just mentioned, but the second is almost as important. That's the fact that he moved his family to Virginia, to McLean, Virginia. And that is a red line because Texans are very proud people. We like to look someone in the eye. We like to shake their hands. When you carry the title U.S. Representative, we expect that representative to be able to represent us, to know our dreams, our challenges, our concerns, our aspirations. And that has been the second red line that I have found.
And Judge, you mentioned Hunt County as well. Last question for you. Where else is the vote still out in Collin County tonight?
Well, all over. We've only got one polling location that's reported out of 63. So we've got 62 polling locations out. And I guarantee you that the larger polling locations will be late the night because they had tremendous turnouts. We had people voting well over an hour after the official close of voting, simply because they were in line when 7 o'clock came.
Judge, good luck to you. We'll be watching this race, I guess, early into the morning tomorrow on WFAA News Daybreak. Thank you so much for the time and good luck. Let's get over to Jason Wheeler.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's get over to Jason Wheeler and the big board here because we're here in Hunt County is going to be a little delayed. And I know I'll give you a second to find Hunt County there.
We've got it.
Wheeler.
It's right here.
I'll walk over here with you, man. I haven't seen you all night.
Come point it out to me.
Yeah, where is it, man?
This one right here.
Hunt County, of course, Greenville, Commerce, Interstate 30 towards Texarkana runs right through it.
Yeah.
I was surprised to hear him say it'll be 5 a.m. before they report results.
Interesting thing, too, because, when we look back at the 2020 election, one of the things that, got people really crazy was this idea that, we're not going to have all of the results tonight before midnight. We've got to wait till tomorrow. What's going on there? Why that? But, these things happen. These are elections, and It's a fluid thing, and we have to wait sometimes, and it's longer than we want to wait. We've been stuck on these numbers for some time, but if we look here at Hunt County, we can actually isolate that out. So here, when I touch that one, we're in Collin County. This is a district that spans 2 different counties. Van Taylor doing very well in Collin County, has been all night, which is interesting because Keith Self, he is the former county judge there, and obviously has deep ties there. That's with 57% reporting, and you can see Van Taylor very comfortable. In fact, that's higher than his lead overall, and that's because Hunt County cuts into that lead some. Interestingly, it's not Keith Self, the former county judge in Collin County. It's Suzanne Harp who slips up into second place there in Hunt County. But again, that's with very few votes counted there, 28% reporting. So it sounds like we've still got a lot to come from Hunt County in the morning. But it's the odd thing here is that it doesn't add to Keith Self's total, at least if this trend continues. But this is a razor-thin margin if we get out of this thing. And we go to the actual full district there. Razor-thin margin. I mean, if he can hang on to that, it'd be really great for Van Taylor to not have to face a runoff here. But that's just above the magic number.
And the big population, of course, is in Collin County. Hunt County smaller. Hunt County could come into play if the race is so close there. When we're talking about Collin County, it's only parts of Plano. Allen, Wiley, parts of Murphy, Prosper, McKinney, Melissa. Yeah, that's where a lot of the vote is right there.
And again, it's still a lot of that vote left to be recorded too, recorded as well. So we're looking at 40% of that still out right now. The total votes in, we have 31,000, and so somewhere around 20,000 votes or so still left out there.
So this race certainly not over.
Not by a long shot. I mean, if you consider if there are 20,000 votes still left out there in Collin County right now, let's say. Right now, Van Taylor has 16,000 votes in Collin County. That gives you an idea of how many are still outstanding. So, we could still see some gyrations one way or the other. But interesting thing is that he's been leading for a good portion of the night. Now, some of that has to do with the fact that the numbers have just been sitting still for some time. But even early on in the night, he was doing well. And we've had numbers coming in sort of confirming that as we've gone through the night.
And what is it? It's 9:15 now. And you know what? A poll's just closed 15 minutes ago. In the colony in Denton County. Let's head up to the colony in Denton County and get an idea what's going on there.
Yeah, hey there, thanks so much. So yeah, 15 minutes ago, those 2 Republican polling places in Denton County had closed. They had equipment delays, and that was causing issues. Let me bring you over here. So this is our live stream. This is Denton County here. One quick note, these live streams are new this year, thanks to our new voting laws, SB 1. It requires that we have live streams of areas where voted ballots are being counted. So that's what I've got right here. And let me step out of the way. I'm just going to zoom in on Denton County here really quick. Give me 1 second here. Now, again, as I mentioned, that we had those 2 Republican polling sites in Denton County. They had to stay open until 9 p.m. because they had equipment delays. And according to the state, Denton County couldn't release any Republican voting results, including early voting, until the last voter had voted at those 2 polling locations. And I just checked with our assignment desk. We are getting numbers from Denton County now, so that's good news. Those 2 polling places in question, for those interested, that was the First Baptist Church, the Colony, and the Castle Hills North Community Center. And those, again, had to stay open until 9 o'clock. Now, you guys were just talking about it a little bit before, too. Denton County, not the only place that was having problems. Harris County as well. So let me take you live here. This is their live stream, and they've switched it within the last hour. So this is giving us kind of an overhead view of the ballot room. Again, this is just that live stream that is open to the public, so anybody can go online and look at this. The problem in Harris County, the state's largest county, they're not going to be reporting results on time. Now remember, state law mandates that counties must report results no later than 24 hours after polls close. That is not going to be happening in Harris County because election officials there said that the delay is due to damaged ballot sheets that now have to be duplicated before they can be scanned by ballot readers. Now that's what the Secretary of State said. Now we did just get an update from the elections administrator. Now she said that it's going to take them a couple of days because those paper tears and paper jams. So Longoria said we're posting our election night results and it's going to take us a couple days to iron out all those details. So that's what's happening in Harris County. Of course, this is our largest county. We are absolutely going to be keeping our eye on this. But of course, Jason, this is not what we wanted to hear tonight, that we're having problems with these ballots.
Yeah, indeed so. Ariel, thank you very much for that. Crystal, let's get back to you on this here. It looks like it could be a long night in some of these close races here. Hunt County on the Republican side not reporting until 5 a.m. according to Judge Self, and we just saw what Ariel talked about there a moment ago. Going into November, a lot of eyes are going to be on the electoral process. Is this going to be an issue?
Yes, I think everyone has a heightened scrutiny on how the vote gets recorded, how it gets reported, and is it accurate? In some cases, an unfair scrutiny of those issues, but clearly attention is going to be on these issues, not to mention the fact that so much more vote will be in person because of the increased difficulties of vote by mail registration and executing that. We've had 20, 30, 40% of vote by mail ballots rejected and turned back to the voters, who then must show up and vote in person.
And Jason, a lot of those mail-in ballots were Republican ballots. The Republicans are really showing up. Do you think the legislature comes back next session in January and addresses any of this at all?
Well, the irony of limiting mail-in ballots is that most Republicans know, when I was a candidate, I knew that a lot of our best voters were going to be ones that were mail-in ballots. And often they were seniors living in retirement homes or other facilities. And so if you make it more difficult for mail-in ballots to be a part of the vote, you're only hurting Republicans. And in fact, I think the numbers that we saw today were that the mail-in ballot numbers were down materially, like 25% from 2018, and a significant proportion of those were Republican ballots. So more Republicans got harmed by lack of mail-in ballots than Democrats. So it certainly was shooting themselves in the foot in order to try to chase this idea of election integrity. But I think they're going to have to readdress it going back in the next session.
And that will be something to watch, Bud and Bernardina. I want to mention that. I want to ask you guys about that first. I do want to mention that we're going to stop our live feed here in about 10 minutes or so, our live stream. But don't X out of it yet, because we are going to have a live stream from Ken Paxton when he starts speaking up there with Alex Rozier in Collin County here shortly. We expect him to take the stage and address his supporters at 9:30 tonight, according to what Alex mentioned, about 9 minutes from now when he'll come out there. Curious what he's going to say tonight, Bud, because he was hoping to avoid a runoff. Looks like he's going into a runoff.
Well, you know, he is going to say that he's going onward, and he's going to say the kind of things he said under a cloud for many years now in Texas. He's going to say that he's going to continue to fight the fight that he thinks is important for the people of Texas and for his voters. And I tell you what he's going to say. He's going to say that he's going to get up tomorrow and sue Joe Biden again. And then he's going to keep talking about Joe Biden some more. So
yeah, that worked for Greg Abbott when he ran for governor a few years back. We do have, Bernadine, some updated numbers on this race we're talking about here. 55% of the precincts reporting now. It looks like George P. Bush now 10,000 votes ahead. We don't think this includes Harris County yet because of the issues we've talked about down there. But what are you expecting Ken Paxton to say in the next 10 minutes or so?
That he will eventually win, that this is just his enemies who are after him. He will never claim any responsibility for anything. And he's going to tell his supporters that we will prevail at the end.
But at the end of the day, I mean, I would think, based on the campaign we've seen so far, that, say, George P. is the nominee. The other two, Ava Guzman and Louis Gohmert, would likely get behind whoever the challenger is, wouldn't they?
We would think. But remember, this hasn't been any type of races that we've seen before. Yeah. So we'll just have to wait and see. But I would definitely be surprised if Ken Paxton owns up to anything other than that he's going to prevail.
Jason, I just want to raise the possibility here that if George P. Bush is the other candidate, what you have in effect is a proxy fight, a Trump versus Bush election. That would be very interesting for the state of Texas.
And of course, George P. Bush is the only one of the Bushes who came out in support of Donald Trump when the rest of the Bushes decided not to do that. Jason, let me go to you on that. What do you think Paxton might tell supporters? And I guess the bigger question, whoever is going to be in the runoff against Paxton, it sounds like that the others who don't make the runoff would likely be campaigning for the challenger.
I'm not so sure about Gohmert. look, Gohmert comes from the same type of conservative that Paxton does. He appeals to the grassroots. Gohmert is known as being very unorthodox up in Washington, takes on some issues that are a little more extreme than others. So I'm not certain that he will endorse for one of the other two, but look, that remains to be seen. I do believe that either George or Eva, whoever is in third place, will be endorsing the challenger. I think if you're watching this race closely, and you've seen the campaign ads, you've seen the interaction of the individuals, I don't think that either George or Eva or even Louis like Ken very much. They've been very aggressive. They've said some things that are politically uncommon. You don't normally attack people personally. I think Gohmert today was talking about the affairs, right, publicly. That's just not something that you normally see in these races. But I think the long knives are coming out in the next phase of this race. Paxton will, of course, minimize that he has a runoff. But make no mistake, when an incumbent statewide elected official goes into a runoff, that individual is in great danger. Most instances where this occurs at the state house level and the state senate level, the incumbent gets popped. So it's going to be a tough race. I do believe that Ken has a lot of support among the grassroots types. It will be a low turnout race, but he's certainly endangered to lose in a runoff.
Krista, I want to come to you in just a moment, but I want to update our viewers on a couple of things here. We heard Judge Self a moment ago talk about Hunt County, where Greenville and Commerce are, might not be reporting its final results until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. We got on the phone with Hunt County right after the judge told us that. Hunt County's telling us that 9 of the 33 precincts there in Hunt County have already reported their results tonight, and Hunt County's also saying that it does expect to have all the results in this evening. This is the main race we're watching that involves Hunt County. It's the Congressional District there. It's Van Taylor running for re-election, a third term. When all these results are in, there's only half the vote in right now. When the other half comes in, the question is, does Van Taylor stay above the 50% mark, or does he fall below it and go into a runoff? And as Jason Villalba just said, and as we have seen in political history in Texas, and when an incumbent is forced into a runoff, that is never a good place to be at all. And the Associated Press is calling another race tonight. The AP is going way out on a limb on this one, guys. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. They called that one. Lieutenant Governor, we're laughing about this one here because Dan Patrick. We haven't even
mentioned his name tonight.
We haven't mentioned his. That's a good point, but we haven't mentioned his name because he's been crushing the competition, polling ahead of time, and he's running for his third and final term as Lieutenant Governor. He is going to be the Republican nominee tonight. More than half of the total vote in right now. Of course, they are still waiting for Harris County, for Houston, where Dan Patrick lives, where he is from. And it is likely, since he's not running against any big names, that he will take a lot, if not all, of that vote there. Krista, let's go back through everyone else. Actually, let's see who's going to be running against here, because this could impact things. It looks like, Mike Collier ran against him 4 years ago as the Democrat for Lieutenant Governor. Mike Collier wants a rematch, but Michelle Beckley, state representative from North Texas here, it looks like, is going to throw him into a runoff. It's about half the vote here in for this race tonight, and Mike Collier hoping to be the nominee, but it looks like he's going to take Michelle Beckley on first. Mike Collier has the organization, he has a little more experience than Michelle Beckley. In this race, at least, Michelle Beckley, it is worth noting, is the only actual elected official on the Democratic side running for the Lieutenant Governor's position. Krista, in our final moments here, as we wait for Ken Paxton to come out, let's go back around here. And my question for you is, was this a good night or a bad night for Democrats? It seems the main races were on the Republican side.
Well, we've got a lot of really interesting races, such as Congressional District 30. This is a historic change. I am in that district, and I'm very interested in seeing how that comes out. But heck, it's a great day to be a Democrat anyway. The party has got some momentum, and Beto is leading the charge on that Mike Collier Lieutenant Governor race. Very interesting because Michelle Beckley was polling even a little bit better than what we're seeing here, and Who knows? We're only at 49%. Mike maybe could pull it out, but even if it heads to a runoff, he's run a very strong campaign. So I think we're doing a lot of really good work on the Democratic side this election cycle.
Jason, zoom out for us here. As you look at the Republican races tonight, where is the Republican Party of Texas headed?
Look, I think we're headed for a very good night in November. I mean, the candidates that are going to be up obviously have an institutional advantage, right? Texas remains solidly red in most instances. I think you're seeing some shifts in the Rio Grande Valley towards Republicans. I think that's going to have an impact. But I will say this about a couple of races. Number one, I don't think that Abbott and Beto is a fait accompli. I think Beto, within 5 to 7 points, has a real opportunity to shake that race up and to shake up Texas politics. Now everyone talks about Texas going purple and somebody winning statewide, and this may not be the cycle, but it's certainly going to be close. I think because Abbott went so far to his right flank to try to stave off people that were attacking him, I think that really alienated a number of centrist Republicans and centrist independents as well. And so I think he's going to lose those in the general. I think those people will likely end up in Beto's camp, and I think it's going to be a much closer race than people are talking about. If that happens, I mean, Katie bar the door, that could really have a down ticket effect. But I think if you're looking at it purely from the data today, Republicans are still in pretty good shape going into November.
It certainly looks like it right now. Jason, thanks so much. Krista, thank you very much for being here. Bernadine and Bud, thanks so much as well, too. Of course, the runoff are going to be May 24th, and we'll wait and see who makes those. We're going to pause down now on this stream. Don't X out. We're just going to get ready for our 10 o'clock newscast, but we're going to leave this stream up here, and when Ken Paxton takes the stage, you'll be able to see it right here. Thanks for watching.
amazing wife. She's an amazing mother. She's an amazing friend to me. She's been amazingly supportive over my entire political career. And I think she's done an amazing job as senator. I think she's the best senator we've ever seen. And I was served in that position, so I'm telling you, she's pretty darn good. And I'm really excited. I want to congratulate her in front of everybody because it's quite an accomplishment to win her second term by a margin of 2-1. I sure would take that tonight if I could get it. So anyway, Angela, congratulations. Please give her another round of applause. So with about 60% of the vote in, it looks like I am right now double my closest opponent, George P. Bush. So the good news is it is double. I'm at 42, he's around 21. I think Ava Guzman is 2 points behind him. And I guess what I'd say is, clearly to the establishment, they got what they wanted. They got me in a runoff. But this is nothing new for me. I was in a runoff 8 years ago with a guy that was in the same group of people, was supported by the exact same people. You can go look at his contributors, and you can look at Ava Guzman's contributors. They're the same, many of the same people who wrote the big checks. And whether it's her or another establishment candidate, George P. Bush, it's going to be the same contributors. And what I would say to you is conservatives need to unite. And if you want somebody to come here and fight, we've been in this fight with the Biden administration, with the Obama administration. We sued the Obama administration 27 times in 27 months. Sorry we didn't sue more. We won almost 80% of our cases. And now with the Biden administration, I think Aaron told me wherever he is, he works for me, he's here, that we have 24 lawsuits right now. We have a total of 31 lawsuits, 24 offensive lawsuits. We have won over 90% of our cases. And those are not just numbers. Those numbers represent freedom. They represent the fight by Texas to preserve this idea that our founders believed in, which was a constitution that guaranteed all of us a government that was for us. And the government that's envisioned by President Biden is not for us. Look at the results. In 1 year, a massive border disaster. There's no other way to describe it. With drugs coming in, human trafficking, sex trafficking, crime, no concern from them. They're for it. 2 million illegal immigrants spreading around the country with COVID. More deaths from drug overdoses than we've ever seen. Look at the international scene. Do I have to say anything more? From Afghanistan to Ukraine to China? Can I just say, where's President Trump? Look at the economy with inflation at a 39 or 40-year high. If you were trying to destroy the country, I don't know if you could do it any better. And the reality is, it's Texas that's suing and trying to stop this from happening. We are the leaders. Other states gravitate towards our leadership. And I don't know any other Attorney General's office that is winning 90% of their cases against the Department of Justice on a regular basis. So very likely, May 24th is not that far away. We haven't won anything. Tomorrow we start 0-0, and a lot of money is going to go into the other side. I think it's close to 10 million that Ava Guzman was given by a few contributors. I think we had a report, a 6-month report recently where she had a little over 100 contributors. I had 8,000, but she still outraised me. It was 2.8 million to 3.4. That tells you that there are people that want to control this office, the establishment. There are certain groups in Austin that want to control this. They support liberal Democrats and they support moderate Republicans, liberal Republicans, and they're going to do it again. And I can guarantee you I'm not on their list. But you know what? We just keep winning. And I can tell you this, we're going to keep winning. And if you want to keep winning for Texas, and if you want to be a part of saving Texas and saving this country, We're going to have to fight the fight for the next 2.5 months, get our vote back out, unite the conservatives, and let's go win this in May of this year. God bless you, and thank you for staying. Thank you all for coming. We're gonna be around, but I want to just thank you out from the bottom of my heart. I really love you. I love Texas. I've been blessed. We've both been blessed by the relationships of the people in this room, but really the relationships of our friends across this state that have just thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. We love you from the bottom of our hearts. God bless Texas. Thank you all very much.
from downtown Dallas, this is Election Night on WFAA News at 10.
From North Texas to our nation's capital, it's a big night of politics on WFAA.
And our team of reporters is covering all the angles.
The primary election results are in. Republican and Democrats deciding who's on the November ballot.
Plus, President Biden's first State of the Union address.
Last year, COVID-19 kept us apart. This year, we're finally together again.
What he said about our economy, COVID, and the crisis in Ukraine.
And just blocks away, a North Texan is about to go on trial for storming the U.S. Capitol. Tonight, why it's been so hard to seat a jury.
It's a packed show, and we've got a lot to get to.
Live from downtown Dallas, it's Election Night on WFAA News at 10.
Well, if you just watched the State of the Union, you heard President Biden announce that he's banning all Russian aircraft from entering U.S. airspace.
It's in retaliation for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We'll get to that in just a moment.
Yeah, we're also following up on some problems that caused delays. This was earlier today in Dallas, and 2 polling locations in Denton County stayed open until 9 o'clock because of equipment issues.
There's also a delay in Harris County tonight, the Houston area, due to damaged ballot sheets. Good evening, everyone. Texas is the first primary in the nation today, leading the way to the 2022 midterms. Thank you for joining us. I'm Cynthia Seguirre.
Yeah, and I'm Chris Lawrence. Our political team has been watching the results come in all night.
Yeah, Jason Whiteley is covering the must-watch races, and Jason Wheeler is breaking down the numbers as they come in.
We'll get to both of them in just a moment, but first, the latest results. Governor Greg Abbott and Beto O'Rourke are heading for the general election, and it wasn't close. Both easily won their party's nomination.
We have team coverage tonight. Morgan Young is at O'Rourke's watch party in Fort Worth.
But we begin with Teresa Woodard live in Corpus Christi at Governor Abbott's watch party.
Yeah, Chris and Cynthia, this race was called just a few minutes after 8 o'clock by the Associated Press. It's now a couple seconds after 10 p.m., and we have still not heard from the governor, although his daughter just took the stage to begin the introduction. He has planned this 10 p.m. speech purposefully because he knows that local newscasts all across the state of Texas will be live in this hour and able to bring this newscast, or bring this rather speech to people all across the state at this hour. We know that tomorrow the governor will be traveling to Tarrant County. He has crisscrossed the state on his campaign. So I think the governor is taking the stage at this moment. Let's listen in to what Governor Abbott has to say on a night where he has won the Republican primary, and he will move on to the general election in November.
Howdy, Corpus Christi. Man, it's great to be back here. Listen, I want to thank my incredible daughter Audrey for coming out here and introducing me. Give it up for Audrey and her great introduction. And of course, I'm joined tonight by my fabulous wife, Cecilia Abbott, the fabulous First Lady of the great state of Texas. So tonight, Republicans sent a message. They want to keep Texas the land of opportunity and prosperity for absolutely everybody, the prosperity that we have delivered over the past 8 years. We are going to deliver a Texas for working families who can flourish under the opportunities provided by the 9th largest economy in the entire world. Where students can graduate from high school prepared and inspired to go on to college or to a high-paying career right here in Nueces County, Texas. A Texas where we support our law enforcement officers who secure our communities. A Texas where we protect your constitutional
never
rights.
Really address. Okay, you have been listening live to Governor Greg Abbott's acceptance speech on this primary election night in the state of Texas. During his primary campaign, he really never mentioned his primary opponents. Instead, he was laser focused during that primary on Beto O'Rourke, and that is indeed who he will face in November. WFAA's Morgan Young is in Fort Worth with the Beto O'Rourke campaign. Let's go to her live now. Morgan?
Thanks, Teresa. You know, tonight was really the victory we were expecting for Beto, and of course, that is what happened here. He spoke to us a couple of hours ago. He's been spending the last few hours taking pictures with supporters right over to my right. Now, when his campaign announced that he would be in Fort Worth tonight, it was because they said Tarrant County was such a key battleground during his 2018 Senate race. He, of course, won Tarrant County, and that got a lot of attention. He said he wants to be back here in Fort Worth for election night in November, and he acknowledged that that race will be a lot more challenging than this primary race was. He said that we can expect to see a more aggressive, more vigorous campaign than what we saw from him in 2018.
You know, with Senator Cruz, I really chose to offer an ambitious, aspirational vision for Texas. And I'd say something to you in 2018 like, you know, you probably formed your opinion of Ted Cruz. There's little that I can add to it. What I need to do with Abbott is make sure that you know exactly how badly he's failed you. Your electricity bills, which are up $40 to $60 a month over the same time last year and will continue to go up over the next 20 years, that's on him. That's the Abbott tax.
Tonight was less about waiting for results and more about building more momentum for November. Again, he acknowledged that this race is going to be a lot more challenging. His message tonight, he is ready to fight. In Fort Worth, I'm Morgan Young.
You know, there's another story unfolding tonight outside the actual races, and that's delays both in casting ballots and tabulating votes.
Yeah, we're seeing problems here in North Texas in Denton County and in the largest county in Texas, Harris County. Let's get over to Jason Whiteley with more on what's happening. What happened down there, Jason?
Yeah, Cynthia and Chris, we saw the same thing happen in Tarrant County during the 2020 election. Here's the bottom line on this. There are actual paper ballots that are physically fed into machines, and anytime you try to put stuff into those ballot machines, anytime you try to feed any paper in, sometimes they get jammed. That's what's happening in Harris County. I just got off the phone with them just before we came on the air tonight. I'm not really sure exactly how many are out there, but Harris County says that it is going to start tabulating these and releasing these now between the 10 o'clock hour and 1 a.m. right now. Here's the central counting machine, the central counting room rather. This is in Harris County. You can see the activity there. These are some of the ballots they're having to physically deal with that were not going into the machines earlier. This is the issue in Harris County, the most populous county in the state, the largest city in the state as well. This is in Denton County here too. Much smaller operation, but they had 2 sites in the colony that had to stay open later there. Because they had issues there too. So we are still seeing issues. Everyone was hoping this would not be a problem with so much attention on voting, the actual process and procedures too. This is impacting races. That's the issue. That's why we're talking about this tonight. Let's go to Jason Wheeler and show the biggest race this is really impacting.
Yeah, I can tell you up the ballot, it doesn't affect the governor's race or lieutenant governors because those were blowouts, and we expected that. We also expected that the attorney general's race on the Republican side was going to be really tight, and that's what it has been. And so when you have a big county out like this, it really affects the count on this. Okay, so here's where we stand right now. Ken Paxton, the incumbent right now, looks like he's definitely going to a runoff, but we still have the largest county in the state, the most vote-rich county in the state, which is Harris County here in Houston. You can see there are numbers here, but we're sitting at a total of votes out of Harris County at 102,020 votes. It has been sitting at that number for the past 2 hours easily, and so great news that you say that they, may be starting to get this thing going between now and 1 a.m., but now it's not happening. So we'll look for that to happen maybe by 1 a.m. That could have a big impact on this race, though, because let me just show you the statewide here. Look how close second and third place is here. It's going to matter who goes into the runoff with Ken Paxton, because that's what looks like it's going to happen. Harris County is a huge one. That's where Ava Guzman is from. The Bush family, of course, has great roots there as well. That's going to determine what's going to happen with this race.
And the big question, of course, who are the votes for in Harris County? Can't wait to see, at least by 1 o'clock in the morning. We hope to have that and update you on Daybreak. Chris, Cynthia, back to you.
All right, Whiteley and Wheeler, and we should note that runoff is on May 24th. The general election is Tuesday, November 8th, so you'll hear a lot more about the candidates in the months ahead.
Yeah, we're going to keep those results scrolling at the bottom of your screen and look at some of the local races coming up just a bit later in the show.
And while those results come in tonight, President Biden addressed the American people in his first State of the Union address, hitting on big topics like the crisis in Ukraine, our economy, and the pandemic. Let's get to David Schechter live in our newsroom. The president made some big headlines tonight, David.
Indeed, President Biden had strong words for Russia's Vladimir Putin, though notably, Biden did not use the title president when referring to Putin. In his speech, Biden announced that he's closing off American airspace to all Russian flights and is releasing 30 million barrels of oil from the nation's strategic petroleum reserve to guard against rising oil prices.
Tonight, I say to the Russian oligarchs and the corrupt leaders who bilked billions of dollars off this violent regime, no more. The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for your ill-begotten gains.
On the economy, Biden touted the investments that come from the bipartisan infrastructure law and jobs saved by the American Rescue Plan. He also said he plans to fight inflation by investing in America.
That means make more cars and semiconductors in America, more infrastructure and innovation in America, more goods moving faster and cheaper in America, more jobs where you can earn a good living in America. Instead of relying on foreign supply chains, let's make it in America.
On the pandemic, the president says the nation has turned a corner thanks to free vaccines, treatments, tests, and masks. And he announced a plan where people can get tested for COVID at a pharmacy and start antiviral medications on the spot if they test positive.
Let's use this moment to reset. So stop looking at COVID as a partisan dividing line. See it for what it is, a god-awful disease. Let's stop seeing each other as enemies and start seeing each other for who we are, fellow Americans. Look, we can't change how divided we've been. It was a long time in coming. But we can change how to move forward on COVID-19 and other issues that we must face together.
You know, fewer than half of Americans approve of the job that Biden is doing, so it was important for him to tout his accomplishments, but looming over all of it was the war in Ukraine with its threat to democracy in Europe, but also the ability of sanctions to derail an economic recovery in this country. Izzy?
All right, our thanks to you, David. Live in our newsroom tonight, and Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds delivered the Republican response. Her message, President Biden and the Democrats are sending the U.S. back in time.
And instead of moving America forward, it feels like President Biden and his party have sent us back in time to the late 70s and early 80s, when runaway inflation was hammering families, a violent crime wave was crashing our cities, and the Soviet Army was trying to redraw the world map.
Reynolds also weighed in on President Biden's foreign policy, saying the withdrawal from Afghanistan was a disaster that betrayed our allies. We'll have more results from today's primary in just a few minutes.
And we're also going to bring you up to speed on the other big stories, starting with that escalating crisis in Ukraine. We'll show you how Ukrainians stormed a Russian military vehicle draped in flags.
I'm William Joy in Washington, D.C., where the first Capitol riot trial is about to begin, and the defendant is a North Texas man. Finding a jury here has been tough. We'll share the details coming up.
invite you to keep checking the bottom of your screen. We will be sharing some of the latest election results, but here I want to show you what's happening now in the Republican race for Tarrant County Judge. Let's bring it up now. Okay, that's not it. That's District 30 with the race to replace Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson.
Yeah, the representative retiring after 30 years, and there is a crowded field of Democrats running to replace her. And now in the Tarrant County Judge race, Tim O'Hare looks like he might avoid a runoff.
Yeah, huge lead there. And of course, there's back now to District 30, Jasmine Crockett with a very large lead to replace Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson.
And of course, Representative Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson did endorse Jasmine Crockett, who has 46% of the vote now. And in the 3rd Congressional District, it looks like incumbent Van Taylor so far with 51% of the vote. If he can hold on to that, he will avoid a runoff come May 24th. We will keep scrolling the numbers as they come in at the bottom of your screen. Tonight, the desperation to leave the crisis in Ukraine is intensifying. Almost 700,000 people have fled that nation. The United Nations says numbers that could swell to 4 million in coming months.
The U.S. Secretary of State says Russia has killed Ukrainian civilians and bombed schools, homes, and hospitals. And U.S. officials believe the worst is still to come. They say Vladimir Putin is frustrated by Ukraine's resistance and may escalate attacks on major cities.
Russian forces are already being accused of using the widely banned and dangerous weapons known as vacuum bombs to, quote, obliterate their victims. Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. claimed Moscow is using the bombs during a plea to Congress for more help to defend Ukrainians against those Russian troops.
Now, this is just one moment among many in a conflict that spans thousands of miles. It shows Ukrainians wrapping themselves in flags, carrying flags, driven to defend their country. And when a Russian vehicle approached them, they obviously stormed that vehicle and started fighting.
A lot of you have been asking us, how can I help the people of Ukraine? Well, we have compiled a list of 10 organizations on our website, all looking for support. Just text HELP to 214-977-6028, and we'll send it straight to your phone.
Now to our nation's capital, where a man from North Texas is the first person to stand trial for storming the Capitol last year. We expect to hear opening statements tomorrow.
Guy Reffitt is from Wiley, and his trial could be a blueprint for hundreds of accused rioters who have yet to enter a plea. As William Joy reports, seating a jury was complicated.
2 full days of questions later, and we finally have a jury set for the first January 6th trial. The judge had hoped to get all the way through opening arguments today, but not only did a lot of the jurors have personal opinions about that Capitol riot, some were personally impacted or knew people who were. Guy Reffitt faces 5 charges related to the January 6th riot, including bringing a gun to the Capitol and threatening his kids to not turn him in. The court had to go through 56 jurors, with the judge striking 18 of them for strong biases. A few even mentioned being friends of police officers assaulted that day. There are 16 jurors now, including 4 alternates, with 8 men, 8 women, including a scientist, public school worker, attorney, and more. This matters because when we spoke to a jury psychologist, she told us the best outcome for Reffitt is a hung jury.
I don't think there's going to be that much dispute about what happened. It's really the belief system about why it happened. If people are really going to follow the law as the judge gives it to them, then their decision should be easy.
Tomorrow, we'll get our first look at the government's evidence. That's text messages and video. We'll also learn what Guy Reffitt's defense will be against the video showing him right here at the Capitol. In Washington, D.C., I'm William Joy.
Today is the first day of meteorological spring, so I want to take a quick look back at our record-setting December and let you see what the temperatures were. So for record-setting December and then January and February too. So for the whole winter, the stats, we averaged had an average temperature of 51.3 degrees. We were above normal for the entire winter by about 3 degrees, which made this winter the 9th warmest winter on record. But remember, December was the warmest December we've ever recorded. We were 13.2 degrees above normal, even though that January and February were each about a half a degree cooler than normal. We finished the winter with the 9th warmest winter on record. And rainfall, it was pretty rough, wasn't it? We picked up 2.5 inches of rain. We were below normal by over 5.5 inches of rain. So as far as rainfall goes, the 13th driest winter on record. Freezes, the normal for the winter, for those 3 months, meteorological winter, December, January, and February. 29 is the normal. We had 34 freezes so far this winter, 5 above normal with our freezes. The most freezes in the first time above normal since the winter of 2014 and 2015. And snowfall, hey, here's some interesting information. We picked up 1.6 inches of snow. That's the normal, I should say. We picked up 1.7, so we were above normal by 1/10 of an inch of snow. Right now, we have just a few clouds starting to roll into North Texas, mainly just some high, thin clouds as we take a little wider look at the state. The Panhandle is clear. Deep South Texas is clear right now, so we're kind of socked in here in the whole middle part of the state, and that's what we'll have as we move through tonight and then throughout part of the day tomorrow. Partly cloudy skies in the forecast both times. So for tonight, partly cloudy, another chilly night. Last night we were in the 30s. Tonight we'll be in the 40s. Then during the day tomorrow, after some early morning cloud cover, it's a mostly sunny day. We hit 75 today. I'm going 76 tomorrow. Low humidity, a warm day, a south wind tomorrow around 5 to 15. The next 10, there we are. 78 on Thursday, 77 on Friday, 82 on Saturday. A couple little spotty showers on Saturday and warmer and certainly breezy, if not at times windy. Just a couple little spotty showers, couple sprinkles throughout the day. But the day for the best chance of rain, Sunday, about 40, maybe 50% of us see some showers and thunderstorms, especially late day into the evening hours. And we'll watch for the potential for some of those storms during that time frame, late day into the evening. A very, 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 very low risk of some of those storms turning severe. And then behind a late Sunday night, early Monday morning cold front, noticeably cooler Monday and Tuesday, only in the 50s with some lingering rain Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week.
All right, thank you very much, Pete. You know, right now, a lot of baseball fans across North Texas wondering, when will the Rangers play?
Failure to reach an agreement between the players and Major League Baseball leaves opening day on the back burner for now. But for how long? for Tarrant County judge to replace retiring Judge Glenn Whitley. Tim O'Hare on top right now with 58% of the vote. But the judge, Glenn Whitley, just said tonight, a short while ago, that we will not have official numbers out of Tarrant County till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning because of issues at the ballot. Chris.
A lot more clarity in Congressional District number 30. Let's take a look at that if we can. Okay, we don't have it. But I can tell you that Eddie Bernice Johnson retiring after about 20 years in that role. 30 years in that role, yes. So we'll be updating all of these results as we move through the night.
Jason Whiteley will be here through the night as well. So much still evolving. We hope you have a great night. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you for News 8 Daybreak.